to create.
Yo. 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 Yo.
What is going on, everyone? It is David Palmer and Dr. Ann Wohlcke here for History in the Stars. We are going to be doing the history and the astrology of not just the Saturn making its ingress into Aries transits and the Saturn Aries transits, but the actual 0-degree Saturn ingress and how is it connected in history to find the themes. It's actually, in many ways, in my opinion as an astrologer, is actually like a real beginnings of putting together a use case scenario of really understanding Saturn and Aries or other transits and finding true historical common threads that, I don't know, we have the historian here with us. What's going on? How are you doing, Ann?
I'm doing great, and I'm happy to be here at the end of Neptune and Pisces and all of that, and with the moon and Pisces, and I'm feeling very Piscean today. So it's amazing we pulled this off, but maybe that's what helped us get to this really big topic, because I was amazed looking at all of the dates that you pulled up for the same types of transits, right? Mm-hmm. And I was overwhelmed at first by all of these different years, but thanks to AI and our good questions, asking it to help us organize all of this information, I think we pulled out some really interesting themes that we're going to talk about tonight, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited about our AI image too, and that we captured everything we're going to talk about almost in that image.
If we were to capture everything that the history that would be the craziest picture of all time. But it is interesting though, because this does of course correlate with Nostradamus, and there will never be the official word of anybody by it unless you really do the research as an astrologer, which he even says, to understand his prophecies book. But it really is about the Saturn ingresses in Aries that he based a lot of his predictions off of. And so after what we did today and connecting all these dots, I went, for sure this is what he was doing, what we did, as far as looking for the Saturn ingress moments into Aries, and then using, in our case though, we used a couple different planets to see, well, how is this Saturn ingress that we're coming into this week on the 24th of May, West Coast time, but the rest of the world will be on the 25th. What's in time where there's Uranus and Taurus? Because even next year during Saturn's ingress back in Aries, it'll be Uranus and Taurus. So it's like having that is a big deal. And then I tried it with Jupiter. We only found one date in Gemini, knowing that the next time it comes in, it'll be in Cancer, same way, right? So it's interesting that with Uranus and Taurus, there are a lot of dates, but truly, if you were to add a lot of other different planets, you really don't get to many dates at all. I mean, so you want to kind of look at it through different lenses. And I think it's interesting with Uranus in Taurus because it is on its way into Gemini. There was one date we found with the same Uranus as the Saturn ingress that we're about to have. And that actually is what the AI came up with as what we feel like we're coming in that same time period.
Which one was that one?
The 900 AD time.
937?
Yeah. That whole time period from like the 800 to 1000 in there.
Interesting.
Isn't that weird? Mm-hmm. So maybe to kind of give people some better perspective here, the first way that I was doing a search through the ephemeris is to to get to finding what's very extremely relatable to what we're about to go through is I use Jupiter and Gemini here. Okay, so I use Jupiter and Gemini, Uranus and Taurus, and Saturn at the 0 degree ingress point and the start of the 0 point of Aries. And only one time in 6,500 years, so from 4,500 BC to, or 7,000 years, from 4,500 BC to 2,500 AD, it was March 17th of 241 BC. And here we are this week. That was kind of weird. I mean, you know, that's not adding a lot of planets.
That's the one we're most like, is the 241 BC?
Correct. That's the one that's, and it actually goes into Greek and Roman wars, and it goes into the irony of the last Indiana Jones movie.
Yep.
And where they travel back in time to is the one that is the Saturn Aries ingress that is after this one in 1212 into 12 or 1213 BC into 1212 BC.
Mm-hmm. And it's all during the Punic Wars.
Right.
So, yeah.
So then what we did is then we went, okay, because that's only one date. We did also here where I got rid of Jupiter and Gemini. And what we did was just the Saturn ingress to the 0 point of Aries with Uranus and Taurus. So what's interesting is here, you could see it here, May 24th. That's coming up this week. The time prior to that was the transit of Saturn and Aries ingress twice. That was in 1937 in October on the 17th, and then January 14th in 1938. And let's not forget that World War II did start with Saturn and Aries. Then prior to that, it actually went pretty far back to 1437, which is a massive year for us to talk about today. And so then this 849 through 937, this is what gets a little weird as far as inputting the data and starting to have the AI do some deep research with history as far as connecting the dots. And then Ann asked it to do it with events that are happening in the news as of literally the day we're doing this show, which is May 21st of 2025. And it went just based off the events looking at that time. So that astrology is going to be really interesting to go into. We didn't go into every single time period, although I kind of skimmed through. Because then you go back to 348 AD to 60 AD, you get to 153 BC. There's that 241 BC right there. 741, and then it goes back to 829 BC, and then 1242 BC, 1330 BC. It goes all the way back to 4008 BC. Now, I went back there. We're not going to show it because that is prehistory, basically. I forgot what that's called. It's like, I think it is prehistory, something like that. It was the beginning of them noticing that people in where we know as the United Kingdom today, in the northern areas, started chopping trees down, and then the beginnings of trade around the world. Like the very beginning evidence that people started finding ways to move wood and goods and start trading. But also some of the first big weaponry that had ever been created, which were like these huge tree catapult launchers of big tree stick.
like trebuchet, or no? Was it?
Just like those
advanced
trees where they'd like carve it into the like a big sphere, like a big arrow, And I thought that was really weird because there is a common thread through all these dates and maritime war, but also technological advances in militaries and also major imperialistic peak periods in different empires, countries, legacies, and then also wars that are defining of time periods, which is kind of an interesting way to look at. Saturn and Aries really would be a war that defines the whole period. Like World War II is a period that we define our whole Western civilization and the governance of the world governance as far as a post-World War II era that we're still running on today.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an interesting way to start. What would you have to say? You're the history professor.
Well, I mean, I would say pulling out a lot of those dates, if you want to go to my fabulous chart that could be so much more beautiful, but, we just did this a little while ago. But this is an actual overview of some of the topics, because in looking at the different eras that came up, I started to notice, I mean, the thing that jumped out at me was the shifts in power as going from big empires to more localized empires to big empires to localized empires. And then when you threw in the church also, there was like this sacred and secular power shift as well. And so in this, it's just looking at what's happening in each of those periods. So it's looking at 241 BC, which is the era of the Punic Wars, and we can go into more about that. But it's about military expansion and state building. It's involving the expansion of the Roman Empire, its competition with Carthage, and they're all kind of coming in to fill in the vacuum of the Hellenistic Empire that had been crumbling at that point. And then you get in 348 to 49, you've got Rome divided. This is looking at the Qin Empire in China as well, was emerging in the earlier period. Then it's looking at the emergence of these bigger empires in Rome and India, Persia. Then what I wanted to look at though are these shifts in sacred power, which when I threw that in, I thought that was so interesting, because there are also these stories of empires trying to claim the sacred power, right? And then the church trying to pull that back. And I'm sure you could see that in other religions as well, but here we're seeing Rome. I put just the Vatican, basically. And
a lot of this is kind of what actually leads to our last episode of that 1054 period, where we see the split within Christianity from the Eastern Orthodox Church to the Roman Church. That a lot of the events that actually were happening in that time period are kind of what are the issues that do come up finally 100 years later,
Yeah. Well, and then I just did this last table because I thought, why didn't we look at finances also, right? That's a big thing too. When states centralize or fragment and other people are trying to get power, finances and economics are an important part of a state's ability to expand. And so if you look at that too, there's a lot about that as well. So you've got the development of Rome expanding using war indemnities, private tax contractors, all the way to, this is 1437 with the development of banking and the development of stock companies, and the ability this was really city-states or states in Europe to be able to access the funding that came from banks as well. So if you look at how it did this comparison, it brought it all the way up to today with, in today's world, you see the AI-driven markets, digital currencies, surveillance finance, growing inequality, environmental costs embedded in finance, transnational tech powers, rival states. Anyway, these are all sort of some of the ideas that we can dive into today.
I would say that one of the most common threads that I would say as an astrologer looking at all the dates is military technological advance. World War II and the things that happen in 37 into 38, whether you want to look at it as like the Luftwaffe that Hitler and the Nazis had created, which they were not allowed to do either. So there was a breaking of the treaty before they forced France to end the treaty after they took it over. And so, like, I know that might sound stupid to some people in history, like, oh, some planes, but that was pretty remarkable. A country that wasn't allowed to expand its military, secretly doing so, and then also knowingly doing so, and having other people know and just kind of look the other way, and then create this massive air force that nobody else had, while at the same time having all the top scientists doing every kind of experimental warfare there was, building tanks, building newer tanks, because a lot of the tanks were World War I tanks. And so those Panzer tanks were really fast and more agile. And that's how they took over France. I mean, they off-roaded them through in the back areas that the troops of France thought there was no way that anybody would come through there. And then I look in the history, and then you go backwards, and you go, oh my gosh, especially looking in the battles that happened in Rome back in 241, and then back going into 212, 213 BC. I mean, it's naval warfare, but they're using mirrors and using the sun to defend from the boats. I mean, there's a lot of really interesting, like, way radical advances, and I think that's just like one of those common threads that, like, to me, it's like I look at today and I go, you know, we have a B-2 bomber that we don't even know what it does, but it's out, right? It's top secret. We also have hypersonic missiles now. We are talking about a Golden Dome in America right now. Mm-hmm. At the same token, we have Space Force because of battles in space that can take place with taking out people's satellites, stuff like that. Of course, drones are the new thing. So if you kind of think of it too, it's like the V2 rocket program comes with Saturn's exit out of Aries, but it was, of course, started in Saturn Aries. With von Braun, and the idea was, especially during the London bombings, of making sure that they wouldn't have to use their planes anymore to drop bombs, that they could shoot a rocket bomb from Germany and it would hit London and they wouldn't have to do anything anymore. Which actually, it is that V2 rocket that eventually becomes America's, because we take von Braun and is the first image from space down on the Earth from the V2 rocket. So,
right. I'm looking for these tables that I've shown. I'll have to look for my PowerPoint, because I just did a class where I looked at why the Allies won. So ignore all my stuff here, but I'll try.
Well, I mean, that's what's weird about the astrology is America during 1937 and 1938. The building of the Navy was massive because we were selling our old ships to Britain in order for them to stay alive, because they lost so much at Dunkirk. And we were just trying to help them. But we also were, you know, finding our ways to kind of, like, it's kind of weird because it wasn't like we were like, yay, look at our big new military we're building. It was very much in the background, and kind of stunted the American people when Pearl Harbor happened and everything was ready to go, you know.
But it's a huge part of leading up. So if you look at this, so the Allies, who in many ways had not prepared properly for conflict, produced just over 20,000 aircraft in 1939, a number already almost double that of Germany and Japan. By 1943, the Allies manufactured about 3.5 times more airplanes than Germany and Japan. So where Hitler was investing in a lot of high-tech things like rockets that would then eventually come and help us, right?
Right.
Later on, that was really costly technology that wasn't helping him necessarily win the war against this kind of production that was happening don't know if people can actually see that, but if you look at the levels of when you see Germany and Japan in blue, and then the U.S., Great Britain, and USSR, you can see just how much they were outproducing in aircraft production, major vessels. Like, look at that. I mean, that's really what won the war.
Oh yeah, because like a good example is the Nazis had the Bismarck, the unsink. Don't ever in history say you have an unsinkable ship. The Titanic is a good example.
Yes.
So when the Bismarck comes out, we have the unsinkable battleship, and it was the biggest battleship, and it did cause a lot of fear among that, especially the British. But the British did take it down by actually getting a torpedo to hit the rudder, and then it couldn't go anywhere. And then they surrounded it with a bunch of smaller HMS boats. And I'm an old Navy guy, literally. So, but my favorite book when I was a kid was about the Bismarck. And the construction of it, the look of it, I mean, in the 1940s, that thing was as nice as something that we were building in the like 60s and 70s. It was that high class and that technologically advanced. So it's kind of an interesting thing. The Bismarck, yeah, it's that was the ship that was the most feared ship. It didn't last long. So, you know, it's kind of like I think it's one of the things when you become dare I say, a seaman, right? And then when, that's the technical term when you join the Navy, but I was an airman in the Navy, but still, you learn about naval history, and the Bismarck is in naval history one of those top boats, as close as the American first ship, which is the USS Constitution. So
I was looking to see splinter damage on the rear director tower of the Sheffield.
In the Constellation.
Firing on Bismarck, which can be seen burning in the distance.
Yeah,
So
that was when
there
they
it
took the
is.
rudder out, and then they let it just sit there, and then they just, I mean, it took so many ships to take it down. But it was the one weak spot that the Germans couldn't figure out how to protect the rudder.
I
Right.
remember that too. For some reason, I must have had a book about that or something myself.
It's
But-
also the development of radar, which is what the Allies really are the ones that create, because there's so many Luftwaffe coming over that the British come up with radar.
Yeah, and also technologies to help code.
Oh, that's
to do
right.
code
Encrypting,
language,
for the beginning of
code
encryption coding, which actually is kind of going back to ciphering would be the correct term in the 16th century that John Dee was doing, and like cipher codes.
breakers. Yeah.
And so it's kind of interesting because there is that other thing we're going to talk about of like going back to the same time period of World War II to what Hitler was actually embedding in his ideas as a country, as far as the power it needs to exert in war, as the same time periods of what happened during the battles in those, what were those wars called again? The Punic Wars. And even citing like it verbatim in Mein Kampf, and having Goebbels use it in speeches, and this idea of total war, which actually, you know what? I thought I was pretty smart, but I didn't really know much about total war until today.
Really?
Really?
So that's what I was thinking about earlier today. Was it's interesting that a lot of people have been saying now we are already in World War III, right? And if you think of it in this way, that you could be having technological wars, you could be having standoffs between warships that we don't know anything about, whatever it is.
Right.
It could be economic wars, it can be diplomacy, all of those things. But it's happening at this elite level where we're sitting here having a show right now next to an airport. And if it were actually total war, that would be a target right now, and we
Right.
probably wouldn't be sitting here next to a whole bunch of windows, right?
Right.
The idea of total war in the 20th century from World War I to World War II was that everything was a target. Civilians now are targets. And I mean, not necessarily, that's not really how it started, I guess, in World War I. But if you look at the atom bomb by the
Right.
end, civilians are massive casualties.
Well, yeah,
right?
also
Yeah.
in Poland I
Right,
mean,
yeah.
in USSR, I mean, the Germans went through and just killed towns of people. And actually, that was a newer version of the technology of World War I flamethrowers, but they had more portable, effective flamethrowers. And they were just people in the USSR going into the USSR, there were just all these little farm towns and people there wasn't roofs on their houses. It was straw and stuff like that. And they were just literally going around. I've seen the most recent footage that they've brought to color and some of the more stuff people don't see because everybody's obsessed with the Hitler side of it. But just the troop videos of getting into USSR and just taking all these towns out, just burning them down.
So, I'm actually showing a picture of Gettysburg because I was going to say in the era of total war, it was the economy mobilizes for the war effort. Civilians, are drafted into working for the economy. It affects all aspects of life. People have to suffer bombing campaigns. You have the big blackout drills, whatever it is. And the wars fought all over farm fields and it was also in times like the Civil War, but during the Civil War or the Revolutionary War or, the Battle of Waterloo, whatever it is, if you go look at some of these battlefield sites, they were happening on these fields that were of course destroying someone's farms, but they were away from the civilian population.
Right.
And you could carry on in areas that weren't the war and not really be as aware that the war is happening.
Right.
Or if you think about the Wars of the Roses, those are a bunch of elite men fighting each other somewhere else. And your ordinary peasants are carrying on in their village and they're not really aware of it. So I'm just I was thinking to myself, are we in a time now where we're all sort of like the peasants? We're carrying on with our lives, but there's a war being fought somewhere else. Because if you go along with some people saying, okay, we are entering World War III, and I know you have your poster that you wrote for Pluto Sagittarius in particular of, get ready.
Oh.
But are we going to be fighting these sorts of total wars again is my question. Because I think that's what's on everyone's mind when you think of Uranus and Taurus, and we think of Saturn and Aries, and when you talk about this is the beginning of that World War II transit. Is it going to be total war?
Well, I don't think a lot of people on YouTube know yet. What Anne's referring to is this I've made. Pluto Sag, your influencer dream is over. Because once we get to Uranus Gemini, and especially actually, the more that I look at the astrology, the Saturn Aries ingress on Sunday, that does activate big battles and everything that you had brought up in your tables of financial aspects, and then of course in military technology, and then even just the kind of social shift that happens within the dynamics of how governments are working, and a lot of social shifts are really related to the war efforts. Because even if you go back to 1996, the last time we had Saturn and Aries, it's kind of this weird thing where we don't think about Clinton and being in a war, but it is kind of there are the horrific things happening of Well, there was a lot of stuff in Africa going on that we were doing, and then at the same time, it is kind of this buildup of stuff that's happening in the Middle East, that is kind of more in the background, hush hush. But that also is different astrology. Like that's why it was very important to go Uranus Taurus, knowing it's getting ready to come into Aries into Gemini, and it's like there is something about Uranus Taurus, Saturn Aries. That's World War II, right? And that's the closest that we have. And then you keep going back and you get those same signature marks. So a good example to bring us back to the one date that's actually the closest to what we are about to enter is during those Punic Wars. And it was interesting because in Mein Kampf and in the way that Hitler did speeches and Goebbels was doing propaganda, throughout a 1932 speech when Hitler was at the Industry Club in Dusseldorf, he began with understanding that he invoked the rivalry of Rome versus Carthage to argue that military power underpins economic might. He noted that there would have been no Carthaginian economy without Carthaginian fleet and no Carthaginian trade without the Carthaginian army. This analogy illustrated his belief that historically strong nations secured prosperity through force, a lesson he clearly intended for Germany to heed. He also, when Germany declared war on the USA in December of 41, he cast the ancient conflict in a racial civilizational term where he described how the Roman legions were defending Rome against the African onslaught of Carthage. So that's kind of weird that he's taking it into his own kind of context, like in a weird way. Like, the other part too is when, so when he labeled Carthage as an African force, Hitler framed the Punic Wars as an early clash between Europe and an external non-European adversary, reflecting Nazi racial views that equated ancient Carthaginians of Semitic Phoenician origin with that as a foreign threat. Indeed, Nazi propaganda is explicitly recast the Punic Wars in racial terms. Punic Carthage was the Semitic nemesis of Rome. And so this reinterpretation aligned with Nazis' attempt to portray the 20th century enemies, especially Jews and the Asiatics, right, in the USSR. And then what's even more crazy is he represents Hannibal and goes into a table talk. It's a record of all his wartime conversations where he pointed out that Hannibal lost. The supposedly great Hannibal was defeated by Africa, right? Despite Hannibal's early victories. So he really was fascinated with the time period that was the same that he was creating the war in which the astrology was.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. So because I was looking at this also.
There's one more part. One clear parallel in this concept is the Vernichtungskrieg, or War of Annihilation, that Hitler unleashed especially in the East. The Nazis sought not just victory over the Soviet Union, but the total destruction of the enemy's capacity to resist. A grim reflection of Rome's Third Punic War policy to utterly destroy Carthage in 146 BCE. Now, what's really wild is in here, you get to 153 BC. So that's 6 years, right? 146, 6 years. That would happen later. But 241 is really the interesting shift in the beginning of the Punic Wars. It's like the end of the first phase of it. And that's what's interesting because it starts in 264 BC and then by 241 BC is the end, that's the end, and that's the battle that's of the gates. And that's the naval battle, which was fought. So there's these naval battles. So World War II is a huge naval battle part.
But okay.
Everything that I keep seeing is naval battle. And everywhere on all these dates, even when we go to the 900 BC time, 900 AD, Pope Leo IV creating maritime countries to where he could have naval fleets. I mean, that blows my mind.
It's interesting. Because it's here's what's really fascinating to me is that Hitler was so interested in the Carthaginians and Hannibal. Like Hannibal was fighting for Carthage,
right?
And had these war elephants, right? And that was the exciting, shocking thing about his army. It would be the tactics, but also the fact that he used these war elephants. And it's almost like, and Hitler was interested in Hannibal, but he is at the same time trying to advance more of the agenda that the Roman Empire would have had.
Right.
But
even in the way that he set up the Nazi Empire to look, when he got that huge stadium of like 200,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very much like, and Ben-Hur and all that wasn't even made into movies yet. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's not like he had the imagery of the movie. So there isn't like the propaganda or the subconscious movie look yet of it.
But they are developing.
They're
that,
developing
right?
it. They're the ones who actually created it. That's what's really weird about it all.
What's interesting is that Hitler and the Nazi leaders during that time were looking back at two of the other time periods that had Saturn and Aries and Jupiter and Gemini, right, and Taurus, Uranus and Taurus, right? I don't know if they all had that, but he was also looking back to the time of Ramses, which is the peak of the Egyptian Empire.
Yes.
And it wasn't necessarily Hitler himself, but his propaganda ministers were borrowing a lot of architectural styles from Egyptian temples in that sort of set design for their propaganda rallies.
Well, and they ended up in Egypt and trying to take over where the British had held a lot of places and actually held Africa for many years in that area of Egypt. It was Egypt that they were at. And so it's kind of an interesting connection as well to the switch over in the time periods of the BC to AD time period, time of Christ's, death is at the same time the kind of shift of the world of the Egyptian power and the Roman powers shift and peak. And they also connect because, of course, of Cleopatra's marriage and so forth that come after. But it is kind of this end of the Egyptian reign, the Roman hitting its peak, but not for long before it falls.
Yeah, we're looking at the rise and fall of empires.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that Hitler himself looked back to the more romantic aspects of these earlier times, but he made the same mistake as Hannibal, because
almost verbatim.
He didn't have elephants, but if you're investing in this shocking technology and they did have their blitzkrieg, right, and they had their stormtroopers and they had their well-organized, ideologically disciplined troops and all of that. And they were investing in rocket
they were all
research.
high on methamphetamine,
Right, and they were investing in the drugs to keep
right.
them going. But meanwhile, the Soviet Union is cranking out tanks, and so that to overpower what Hitler is able to do. But at the same time, they invest everything in this Bismarck that's supposed to be this invincible ship. And if you looked back at the maps, I don't know when I showed that map earlier, it was showing the Allied strategy of how they actually defeated it using airplanes and other types of watercraft, right, and all of that. So Hitler is making that mistake of, thank God he did, but that he's investing all this technology, all this financing into the bells and whistles and not the things that are actually going to win a war.
Yeah, like the Panzer tanks were actually great because they were fast and they were nimble. But when they got into the USSR and it got cold, and then they started breaking down, they couldn't handle the mud really well. And that's where they became sitting ducks, because the USSR tanks were actually pretty old technology. It wasn't like they were like trying to update their World War I tanks. It was just like, hey, we've got this stuff, go, very communism. Like get them going. And
this is so funny too.
Just like the old technology beating the new technology, because the other part was that those troops weren't getting any food. They weren't getting any new things. That basically Hitler was so gone at that point, and there was no more enough people in Germany left to even make all the goods to get back to the soldiers, that those Panzer tanks didn't have the engineers to fix them. So it was soldiers and then officers who actually, they're all high on methamphetamine. They had plenty of that, but no food.
Well, they didn't need food.
So they're basically cracked out in like a typical crackhead today, like that's stuck in the mud. Like, I got in the mud in my Honda Civic. It's not 4-wheel drive. And that like freaking out look is like really what happened. That you don't need crazy technology to kind of take. You just kind of need the.
You just need to have. You needed to have the numbers, the consistency, because obviously in the Soviet Union, they're just sending out soldiers one wave after another, but they are going because Stalin is also a merciless type of leader, and if you didn't go, you'd be killed, right? So there's that aspect of it. But here's something that's interesting, because earlier you asked me if I was watching any shows, and I told you that I recently saw Thunderbolts, the new Avengers, and again, this is making me think of that, because the film itself, coming out with almost the same transits, it shows you kind of the lesser superheroes. They're kind of the rejects. They're the assassin and the old Soviet generic Captain America, who didn't quite make it in his day, and he's got this limousine that isn't so great, and there's this group of kind of rejects that come together and figure out how to make it work. There are all these individuals with different personalities that have to work as a group in order to make it through the film. And it's sort of, and I guess I don't want to have any spoilers or anything, but it's like, these are the kind of cut rate people who are going to take over for Iron Man and Captain America and all those great ones that.
Which all those are even kind of looking into historical figures, whether it's Thor.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You could use Captain America as like Hercules.
Well, yeah. And in this, you've got the golden century guy, whatever he is, who you could read him totally as an Aryan kind of character.
Right.
But he's got this dark side that he can't control that makes him kind of ineffectual.
Right.
And it's so symbolic also of the kinds of things that were happening in the late 30s through World War II.
Yeah, and I think to go back to your point of total war, it's collateral damage that is a term that becomes what we're hearing today too, right? Just like, well, that's part of it. It gets normalized now. Like, it's part of war. Like, there's going to be collateral damage, and women and children are going to die, and that's okay.
Yeah, but it's
not okay.
It's not okay. Here's what's interesting, especially if you look at Gaza and how people have really tried to keep that message front and center of the type of collateral damage that's happening. Or even if you looked at what happened
on both sides,
yeah,
they
on
both
both
are,
sides, that you see it on social media, the kind of violence that happened. And there's been an effort to sort of numb us out to it, though. But I feel like people still react to it, but the politicians don't want us to care. There's like a split of it. Whereas in World War II I guess World War II is really the one. You could see, that's probably the last war where you can see civilians mobilizing in ways behind these state ideologies in the effort to win the war, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can see that again. It's
Well, I mean, I like the idea of Dunkirk and all the British soldiers stranded without boats, and then basically a bunch of just private citizens in England come in their merchant ships and their fishing boats to come into France and pick all these hundreds of thousands of soldiers up. It kind of reminds me of when I looked at Gaza and they're all sitting there waiting for food, and then that whole situation happens. Who knows what happens, but everybody's just kind of like sitting on the beach and all that, and the supplies came. This was like a year ago, and then somehow it doesn't go good and people start shooting, or they're trying, whatever happened. It's this weird moment where it's like, is everybody about to get, somehow not everybody did, but I remember thinking that, like, we're kind of at the Dunkirk moment astrologically with Uranus, and then it was like that kind of felt like it a little bit. And at the same token, I think that's where it's kind of a weird moment of this weird thing to see Hitler connect to the same time period, that then he does kind of represent it. I mean, it's not like there's pictures of that time in Rome. There's, of course, paintings and, of course, archaeological digs at that time, like pulling out, like, for example, I have some imagery here from the battle that was exact in 241 that we're going to be going into, of like, here's like a Carthage naval ram. Because, like, for people to understand the kind of new technology, so when you've seen like Roman war movies and this idea where they're all rowing the boats, these huge big boats, right? This is that new technology that's coming in, boats that have multiple levels to them, people that are all rowing the boats to get there at the same time. And actually at the same time also battering rams. And then another good example is actually what you saw in Indiana Jones the fifth, in the Siege of Syracuse, right? So here's a painting of catapults, but at the same time, it's, you know, seeing a claw that comes out and can take the boat down. Or this is, to me, the most fascinating. And this is where Archimedes, who is the mathematician who does use the actual astrological clock that is real, that is used in the idea of Indiana Jones 5. This guy's smart enough to use the sun and to actually create beaming the sun at the boats to probably burn the boats how we do with when we learn when we're kids with magnifying glass, but at the same time to blind them too.
That's crazy. And the other thing is that,
and this was Saturn Aries right here, by the way.
Archimedes was
right when I came in.
Was like their rocket scientist.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be protected at all costs.
I know that the Romans actually were like, don't kill him, we need him, kind of like a von Braun, like how we did. Like, don't kill the scientists, we're going to take them all. Operation Paperclip. But one of the Roman soldiers went into Archimedes' home while he was just sitting there doing his math and playing around with his stuff, and then complained, and then the Roman soldier killed him. That's how he died. So there was collateral damage there too. But to me, it's like, it's just fascinating to see at that time period this idea of, like, right here, it's kind of interesting in the drawing. It's like using angles of the sun, right? You can see how they're put there twice. And that's the other thing, is even in the naval ships and the levels and the way that the rudders of the oars are. We always think about the oars that the people are rowing with, but the other ones, they're all done in astrological or geometry. But you got to remember, this is a society that bases their whole entire religious aspects, both sides, the Greeks and the Romans, they are paganistic. They are looking at multiple gods. They are using astrology. They believe in praying to gods based off planets and the alignments. And it's interesting that all their weaponry is based off that. And that's what's really weird is that Hitler was into it too. I did a whole documentary on it with the FBI in 2020, right before, like in January, and then it never aired because of COVID. But I had the plans of the 1933, where the Getty Center is today, was going to be the Nazi center, and that I found they were able to declassify the plans. I remember showing you, Ann, right? That the astrological wheels were in there, and they wanted me to help them understand it. And I took out a map, I took out rulers, and I literally went, I guarantee you the Taurus is going to land on Germany or Austria, where Hitler's from. And that's exactly, it went right into Germany, right into Berlin. So he had aimed his own sign, but also Saturn transiting from Aries into Taurus when the war started right there. It's so, I can't even make that stuff up. So actually Hitler's also bringing in this idea of the technology, because even the V2 rocket, there's all this math that's done there, and Hitler has his own astrologer that lives with him and that creates his morning cocktail for him. It's really wild.
Well, it is, because, I remember you've talked about him before. I just had it do a chart of overview of military and naval technology during these times.
Oh, that'd be great.
I remember when you talked about Hitler, I think he's got a Libra rising, and we all know his background was like an art student. He started out as an art student, and then World War I interrupted his entire plans, I guess. He went off to the war, became embittered, and all of that. But it's almost like, we've talked about this, I think, in past shows, but during World War II, he became so in love with his own ideas about what he wanted to create that it blinded him to what he needed to actually win the war. I don't think that's an earth-shattering thing to say,
they transformed Berlin to look into this, Roman imperial power complex that's got the Nazi flavor to it. Yet he never spent time in Berlin only to do like an event to get people, but he had offices set up. He's the Fuhrer, he's the Chancellor. Never was there. It was always up in his house in Austria. So like he built all this stuff, had everybody build it all, but none of those offices he used. He just stood up there and thought, and then all this new footage of Ava Braun has come up, and she wasn't even there the whole time. She just out with her girlfriends and other guys like playing in the lakes, and it's really weird. But it is for sure that he did have, and the FBI did show me the evidence in that one, that every morning he had his astrologer make a magic and this wasn't the doctor that gave him the drugs that he injected into him every day, but that the astrologer used the horoscopic astrology for Hitler every morning and changed up different vitamins and different things to put in like this kind of magical drink for him to have every morning. And his first morning briefing was by his astrologer about astrology for his own life.
So why did it go so wrong for him? Because
he also had an observatory at that house too. That astrologer was looking.
Yeah, I just was looking at a picture of that not too long ago. But I think that after doing this show, I'd agree. Okay, if you're a world leader and you have a good astrologer like David, you would do really well. But it's like he was emphasizing some sort of ritualistic, impractical type of astrology or something.
Well, you have to remember at that time period, it's 1937, 38. We had just found Pluto, and we're thanks to Kepler, we can start to understand the orbs and the orbit and start understanding those mathematical understandings quick, but it also seemed a lot bigger based off the photos that were taken, right? And it ended up being smaller after Hitler's, we just found out, in the last 2 months that he didn't die, and then he ended up in Argentina because of all the unclassified documents. So he didn't die, but he ended up in Argentina. But that after that point, that's when we start realizing, Pluto's a lot smaller than it is. But to integrate that into the astrology, you have to think that, the beginning of the 20th century, you have the Order of the Golden Dawn, and you have Aleister Crowley as an amazing astrologer who turns very extreme Freemason, but takes control of the Golden Dawn, the order of that, and starts actually bringing a lot of really old esoteric stuff in. Of course, also demonic stuff as well. But he's the guy who's writing about Uranus and Neptune in the horoscope and actually like bringing massive depth and understanding. So to be an astrologer, to even have had that knowledge would have been very rare in the 30s, to even have like an understanding of using outer planets. And so a lot of from the research that I have, because some people that were the top SS soldiers and officers weren't into the astrology. So it was kind of like Hitler and a couple others. And of course, there's the famous story of that one officer who fled to Britain and exposed the whole idea that about the astrologer and the astrology, that why he got on the plane to leave, right? And that's how it first came out, is the British caught that officer and he exposed everything, and that the horoscope said this thing's about to go bad, so he left. All this I mean, it's kind of intense, but it's true. So to me, it's like, is that the time to use that in war? Meaning, let's say if we just found a new planet right now and we're just getting some of the ideas, and then let's say I'm the astrologer to somebody that's in power that's in war, I wouldn't use that yet because I would want to have seen it work. And that's what's weird about Hitler's astrology, is his natal Pluto and Gemini. When Uranus crosses it, he starts to lose his mind. And so for some reason, maybe his astrologer didn't want to reveal that to him, because we did know where Uranus was then, and we were using it in astrology. So it was like, uh-oh, his Pluto is right there. Which is weird, because if you're born in the 1800s like Hitler, you didn't know you had a Pluto in your chart.
Right.
Right? So like somebody born in before 1977 didn't know about Chiron. Right? But this is Pluto. So yeah, I think it was odd, but actually I think it was kind of fascinating. And the astrologers said things that I think were actually pretty true, like as far as like what Hitler could have done, but Hitler didn't end up doing them. So there's that too.
Well, I think that one of the issues with these kind of tyrannical leaders, though, is if you know some sort of truth that is not popular with the leader, you're not going to share it. It kind of reminds me of Henry VIII, right? That,
Yeah.
you know, if you wanted to stay on his good side, you just told him what he wanted to hear. So
Yeah.
I think that's a mark of a ruler that isn't going to do as well. Although Stalin was probably pretty much like that, and he was on the winning side of the war. But I wanted to point out, because I started to think about this, Hitler's magical drink that you were talking about, right? And I thought, wait a second, one of the Chinese emperors also was obsessed with this kind of drink that would lead to immortality. And it is during this period of time, I just realized. So the Qin dynasty was founded during the period of time that we're talking about. And I think that came up in one of the charts that we looked at. So I don't know if you want to put up this thing on Qin Shi Huang, who was the emperor, the first emperor of China.
Sorry, that's another thing.
And there he is. He reigned from 221 to 210 BC. So that's during that period. One
It's the
of those
exact same
times.
period.
And so if we go down
for the one of the carryover from the Saturn of 241, that Saturn ingress into Aries, Jupiter, Gemini, Uranus, Taurus. The Saturn that comes after zero ingress is 212, 213, and 212.
Right. So he is very much involved in centralizing this region and creating a larger empire. But he also, and I think he's the one that had the terracotta army.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So
and that Quinn, that came up. I was looking at, like, they all had to form alliances with a bunch of different, the reign of King Quinn, like a bunch of different Chinese areas. This is before the Mongolian Empire and so forth of the 1200s. But it's like, there's kind of a similar situation of like, how do we get rid of this Quinn guy in a bunch of different areas in the same Mongolian area of empire 1,000 years later would all have to band up to like take that guy out.
So he's also dealing with assassination attempts, which we see in a different one, and I think Hitler dealt with that too, right?
Right.
As we know from Tom Cruise's movie. I don't remember what was that movie that showed
Valkyrie or
yes,
Valkyrie.
Yeah. And he's interested in doing these really great architectural things that show his might. The Great Wall.
Right. That was also the other thing that came up too, was the Great Wall. And then also in the 934, 37 BC or 80 that we have, the beginnings of the first Vatican Wall and the first Vatican City. So there's something about building walls, and we're building walls still right now.
And elixirs of life. So
right.
I wonder if leaders today are obsessed with an elixir of life of any sort.
Right.
We've had another show where we talked about that. So as he grew old, Qin Shi Huang desperately sought the fabled elixir of life, which supposedly confers immortality. In his obsessive quest, he fell prey to many fraudulent elixirs. And then in the end, he dies, of a sickness that they couldn't fix. But it's also possible that the emperor's book burning, which exempted alchemical works, could be seen as an attempt to focus the minds of the best scholars on the emperor's quest. Some of those burned alive were alchemists, and this could have been a means of testing their death-defying abilities.
Oh, that's like Constantine's mom.
But if you survived, then what was that?
Then that was the true cross.
The true cross, yes.
So that's how the crosses that people wear on their necks today.
But yeah, let's see. He died in July or August of 210.
Oh yeah, Saturn Taurus can be a bitch.
No one would confess. Okay, so wait. The first emperor will die. Someone inscribed these words, right? The first emperor will die and his land will be divided. The emperor sent an imperial secretary to investigate this prophecy. No one would confess to the deed, so all living nearby were put to death and the stone was pulverized. But he still became ill and died in 210, about 2 months' travel from Shenyang at the age of 49, which is interesting because that's about the same age Charles II died. And he was also interested in finding an elixir of life. So,
yeah, and it's kind of interesting because one of the things that to get the history right about Hitler and the astrology there was a peace negotiation from one of his top deputies, that Rudolf Hess, who flew to Scotland to negotiate peace with the United Kingdom because his astrologer told him to do so. Mm-hmm. And the British looked at it like, are you fucking insane?
Yeah.
He flew on a Nazi plane and just crashed there in England and said, I'm here to negotiate with you guys. My astrologer told me this is the moment. And they threw him in a cell, and then the astrology passed. And actually, if you look at the astrology at that time, that would have worked.
Huh. So it was a good astrologer.
Yeah. So, because they were using Pluto, and that was Pluto and Leo, you know what I mean? And it's like, this is gonna get really bloody and bad.
What year was it when that
1941.
happened? Wow.
Right. And then even Reich's
see.
Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, who was supposed to be the one who was the most sober Nazi leader, saw the value in this effort to enlist astrology for political purposes, putting together a team of astrologers to create Nostradamus-based propaganda for use in foreign policy. But he was also using the war ideas of the battles of the Romans and the Carthage and the battles of Romans and Carthage, right? It's so weird. Are they Carthage? Are they Carthage? Are they Carthaginians?
Carthaginian, yeah.
Very weird stuff. But like the idea of like Hitler's elixir, a lot of that stuff, there's the two versions. There's the, okay, that he had his cocaine, amphetamines, then he had a sedative, then they gave him hormones. And then of course he did things like bull semen and stuff like that. And that's what's really weird is that's kind of the bull semen stuff is very Saturn Aries stuff that he's trying. He also was a vegetarian, remember that too, because he had horrible gut problems. So he couldn't so he could only eat like beans and lettuce and salad. And they would actually, some of the new footage that came out 3 years ago was that there was this whole Nazi rally that was after they had just taken over Poland. It was in Poland. And so all the Nazi soldiers are there and they're all eating like chili, right? Well, they had to make a chili that had no meat in it and tip Hitler off which one it was and make sure that the line didn't get big for that one, to make sure that Hitler was seen eating the chili, but never told anybody outside of his private circle that he was a vegetarian. He didn't want the soldiers to know he was a vegetarian.
And we've talked about this also. In that time, you could control your image completely like that. And, Napoleon did the same thing. That's why I kept wondering if there was a similar transit for Napoleon, but it was at the end of his life that Saturn was in Aries, I think. But he was born with Uranus and Taurus. I did notice that. But today, this is what's so interesting. At that time, you could really control your image. You could be the Führer who's eating chili like everybody else, only it's, vegetarian chili. You could be the leader of the United States and be in a wheelchair, but no one ever saw you in a wheelchair, right? You could be Stalin and have an actor play you in the propaganda films, and everybody bought that as you. But today I just picture, like, if you were at one of Hitler's rallies and he's up there doing the big thing with the lights and the shadows and looking dramatic, you would have today all sorts of people with their, streaming in the background showing what he really looked like, and that he's standing on top of like a whole bunch of books to make him look taller, or not books, but like risers, right? So
there he is right there eating, and then obviously he's just eating like the potato or bread right there, and then they serve him the chili like right there. See that? And to make it like and look at how they have all the soldiers lined up behind to watch.
And isn't it funny how today, whenever there's a politician, they still stage it where, even if you think of Trump's rally where someone in the background got shot, it's because they always have to have the people in the background, right?
Kamala did it too, yeah.
Everybody does that now.
Yeah.
Everybody, right? It's always a photo opportunity. Even though today we know it's fake, we could all go and see how fake it is ourselves. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
But we still buy it.
It's very weird. I know. I don't.
I mean, we don't all buy it. Like, I don't, obviously, and we don't. But so many people still thrive on that. They even show that kind of in the movie I was talking about, the Thunderbolts. They kind of show the fakeness of the politicians and having a press conference, and that everybody buys the staged show.
Right.
What is this? Hitler's astrologer?
This was like what the FBI had showed me about the elixir drink.
Oh, I wish wish that show would come out. I feel sorry for the toilet after eating all that chili. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of also, Stephen. And then Angela has a quote from from Chen Shi Wang, the Aries. I claim that it is thanks to my skill that I am best suited to be king, because it allows you to feel the pain of others.
Yeah, so people want to go into this whole elixir. He had three different astrologers, but the main one that he had lived with him at the residence, and every morning would do the horoscope and give him a certain drink. And it wasn't the cocaine elixir. That was his weird doctor that actually was like, before the war, was like looked at as a crackpot. But he was very much pro-Nazi party, and he was able to get in the right meeting. He's kind of like the idea of like Schindler, who like knows how to meet the right people and then get in, and then that's when it's like, I'll do whatever you want, sir, whatever you need. And then acted like he knew and just experimented like crazy. But that's different than the astrologer. So it's kind of, the astrologer used like natural stuff.
Yeah. You know, another aspect of this, I know we have the weapons and we can look at that comparison too, but another aspect of this time, and it seems like other times, other historical periods, would be doctors with interesting ideas. And I mean, because we all know also that within Nazi Germany, there were doctors doing experiments in the concentration camps, like Dr. Mengele,
right,
and doing horrific experiments. But also, it wasn't even just during wartime. It wasn't just there. In other locations in the world also, there was a lot of very weird medical experimentation in the open at this time too.
Right.
Right. So I know we've had some interesting medical experimentation in our lives now, but what we saw in these different periods would be state-sponsored kind of doctor experimentation as part of their regime, right? As part of what they're doing that made them state-of-the-art, modern, right?
Right.
That was part of their identities, would be, look at how we understand now how to use diet and concoctions and whatever else to make ourselves better. And they were all sort of, not all, a lot of them are quack ideas, right?
But yeah, and I think that's where you see, up until like RFK is the HHS secretary, everybody's saying that some stuff is crackpot, while actually it's not. And then the stuff that people were saying is crackpot is what the government is saying isn't. And now you've seen that flip.
Right.
Right? Like petroleum food dyes and stuff like that. Like that was okay forever, and it was crackpot for you to say, I don't want food dye in it. Petroleum.
I don't understand that.
Right. So, that's what's kind of interesting about Saturn Aries as well, is like, I did this a long time ago, but especially the World War II one, and that's the one that really is the closest vibe time-wise, historically, to having a similar pattern with having Uranus and Taurus. And so it's like that's a time where the old days of Coca-Cola having cocaine have ended, but you have Dr. Albert Hoffman, a German scientist who's looking for a cure for migraines, discovers LSD, takes it himself and does the famous bike ride, frying on acid. in the middle of World War II, Germany beginning. Talk about a fucking mind trip. But then you have amphetamine becoming a massively distributed all over the world, like the beginnings of amphetamines. And that's where Germany jumps on that one extreme. It's weird because as we're coming into Saturn now, we just had an Adderall shortage in the Western countries for 2 years. But there's only been 2 articles that have shown that there wasn't in Ukraine. And so the irony is that was it all going to Ukraine and there's been 1 million soldiers on both sides together, combined dead? Like, is that where they went? All the pills went? So there's like a connection with that. We don't have the same history for what happened in Rome, Roman wars, especially during Carthage and those wars, if they were taking something different. But they were obviously very much empowered by something to make them create these very, I would say, radically advanced technologies. So we're, I mean, they're beaming the sun. They're having 50 to 100 men on a huge boat and rowing it faster than probably some motors here can do, and getting to a space and then ramming it and using real gold and stuff like that, and creating a lot of extreme situations that become very bloody. And actually that idea of total war is very much during that period. Like, civilians are cut up into it. And then I go back to like Saturn in Aries prior to 96, which you get into 30 years prior and you get to the end of the 60s, right? So it's like LSD thing pops up. 96, the drugs pop up again. Now we're in like this fentanyl thing ending, and what's a new drug or something going to be? There's something about, because there's Pisces that deals with drugs, and it comes into Aries and kind of comes out. So there will be a new drug that comes out. In 96, it was ecstasy.
Well, it seems
right?
like you could do a study of what types of drugs are coming out, because, I mean, let's look at amphetamine during World War II then, and LSD. But prior to that, if you looked at World War I, opium was a huge problem up through that war. So you're going from, you've got your masses kind of deadened out and not wanting to fight. So you got to get them pepped up again to fight for World War II. And I mean,
that's the same cycle of Saturn, World War I, like going through the beginnings after Aries, right? Because it's 1917, and then you do 37, so it's 20 years, right? So if you take Saturn Aries and you go 20 years, right? Our opioid crisis is the same Saturn as the opioid crisis of World War I. And it started in a similar kind of fashion as like, oh, people are taking just normal pain pills, right? And then it turns to, oh, I need to get heroin. And now it's kind of like in the future now, right? It's like this idea of like, well, people now are getting fentanyl, which is the hardest core of it. And the opium dens that we saw in San Francisco, or really what's weird about World War I is like they're in the trenches during a pandemic, like on opioids, and they're in the worst, dirtiest place you could be is a trench in 1917, 1918. There's people defecating in there, dying. Yet they're not dying of the plague. Which is so weird to me.
So weird that they're not dying at the
Correct.
plague,
That there's something about being out in crazier circumstances and having your immune system deal with that whatever the 1918 flu is nothing compared to that the soldiers aren't dying of 1918 flu. But everybody in the cities and everybody outside of the war are dying of that. So weird.
But it would have been another time of Saturn and Aries in the outbreak of World War I.
No,
Like
that would have been
1914?
8 years prior.
It's
Right.
it's just interesting because let's look at psychology.
Hold on. It would have been Saturn in Taurus, probably, right? I can look right now.
But
In my head, I don't know why I just did. Oh, yeah, 1917, 1937. That's 20 years. So
But Saturn
Saturn-
cycles 30, right?
28, 29 and a half. So, it's 9.5 years off. So that's what's funny is you go 9.5 years from now, that's the beginning of where everybody is just seeing the opioid crisis really take hold strong, right? So there is something to say about when we do come to this point, though, a new drug becomes the thing. So Saturn in Pisces always passes the buck to Aries with, well, we at least want to, everybody has a vice. And everybody picks one vice to take with them. They always leave a vice. So I quit drinking, but I didn't quit. And I had quit smoking, but then I've quit smoking for 2 months now, but I still do my nicotine off my vape. You know what I mean? Like we all have that little vice we take, whether it's chocolate or I used to do all the drugs and now I just do nicotine now. Right? So that's what's weird. Saturn at least Pisces, it always brings something new up. So 96 was ecstasy. Literally, you can look up ecstasy being the big new drug that's also what creates Joe Biden of all people, right? In the late 90s to become the idea of and crack, right? So that's another thing too, is crack becomes huge. But the higher, normal people in society or upper class people are doing ecstasy and lower class people are doing crack. You go to the end of the 60s with Saturn and Aries and it's, who's really going to keep doing these psychedelics? The people who are spiritual, and then the people who are not are really getting into cocaine, right? So the drug issue ain't going away. You know what I mean? And for me, I'm predicting a new drug. One that takes the world kind of in a trance about it. So, I mean, you could maybe say it's Ozempic.
Yeah,
but
we have all sorts of new drugs now. I think, isn't it interesting that we see the pharmaceutical industry becoming massive during this period of time? And it's like we've all been, that's the other thing about trying to watch shows. I was trying to watch regular TV for a while. And when you watch commercials, one after another is pharmaceutical. I haven't watched regular TV in so long, but to see one advertisement after another for some sort of drug, and the side effects are all worse than whatever malady you had in the first place. It's just crazy to see that you've got so many drugs that are being marketed. And I mean, that would be similar to the times before the periods that we're looking at here. If I think about the early 19th century, that's when you would have had a lot of advertisements for all sorts of quack medicines, tonics, or things that are supposed to be alleviating all problems. So it's people get seduced by that, and then the government comes out with some kind of drug that it employs as a strategy. That's what I'm noticing.
Right.
But I don't know. I was thinking about, you talked about LSD also, and that was World War II that it came out with Saturn and Aries, or that it was developed?
It's the Uranus Taurus.
Okay, Uranus Taurus.
But it's during Dr. Albert Hoffman as the war is about to begin in this same Saturn Aries cycle is where he discovers LSD, does the famous bike ride. And it's very weird, his story, because he doesn't, I think he does flee Germany right after and comes to America, like a lot of them do. He was he was the Swiss chemist that was in Germany doing it. That's what's so crazy, right? There it is, 16th November 1938, Saturn in Aries. And that's right, he's working at like Sandoz Laboratories. And right, he does the famous bike ride. So he finds it in 38, he synthesizes it, then he puts it off the side for 5 years. So that's what's kind of weird. And then in the middle of World War II, he intentionally ingests 250 micrograms of LSD and does the famous bike ride, which April 19th is now well known as Bicycle Day, right? Where he's the first guy in the world to have an acid trip on a bicycle by himself. Like, what a fucking trip is that in the middle of World War II?
Isn't that also Hitler's birthday or the day before?
The day before.
Okay.
He emphasizes it's a sacred drug. I see the true importance of LSD and the possibility of providing material aid to meditation aimed at the mystical experience of a deeper comprehensive reality. So it's kind of interesting that it's discovered, it's synthesized there, but then it's tabled to the side, or maybe that's the story they want to put out, right? They could have all been having fun with that thing. So maybe he wasn't in Germany, he was in Switzerland. That's the...
So why did he develop it? Was there a point?
At Sandoz, he was there, and he was... he was trying to do a respiratory and circulatory stimulant with no effects on the uterus, and found that.
So this was being made for women in particular?
Yeah, but he had started at Sandoz to try and help with headaches and with stuff like that. So he was like...
Mystical experiences in childhood.
Oh, no, here's the Consciousness Conference in Heidelberg, Germany. I know there's a deep connection to Germany with this whole thing. Where did he do the bike ride? I know... Oh my gosh. Are they trying to hide that now? They're saying it's in Switzerland, so. There's something weird, though, about the Albert Hoffman Germany connection. Anyway. Oh, I think there's a connection to like some of the maybe that the quest by the Nazi Germany to use psychedelics as truth serum. And so after he did the bike ride, I think they're trying to get the chemical. There it is. While the Nazis were in power in Germany from 33 to 45, they built and operated more than 1,000 concentration camps. And they wanted to turn Moscow into a madhouse. That like Americans, our CIA, MK Ultra, we used it everywhere, and then our idea was some of those first tests were flying it over people's heads on the battlefield, and then they're all fucking put down their guns and they're fucking playing with the flowers and you know.
Well, that might be one solution, but
So anyway,
I think it's interesting that I was just looking up that it was
this was the chart
isolating compounds from ergot and a fungus. Right, it's a fungus affecting rye, and you just said today in your Instagram live, I happen to see that people are afraid of a super fungus emerging. So it could be the next
here it
drug.
is. I mean, this is like so wild. I couldn't even believe it. This is an actual story that came out today. An apocalypse of toxic fungi could threaten millions of lives within 15 years. Tracks the proliferation of fungus pathogens among various climate change scenarios, and it's not good news. People can go into that all they want.
What's the fungus going to do? Is it's just going to invade our lungs and cause respiratory problems, or are we going to have different types of bicycle days?
They're saying it produces myotoxins that are harmful to mammals. Ironically, our species evolved because of it, and they say it's around 4000 BC that we started eating mushrooms. And then there's the world, and now we're cutting trees down and like we can do more.
Interesting.
So I wouldn't get lost in that. Anything saying apocalypse, Saturn at the end of Pisces is always way crazy.
But then something
crazy does happen.
happens, but it's almost like it's not the things
the
they're
thing we're
making you afraid
denying.
of.
It's the things we're denying.
So meaning like what would they have been denying in Hitler's era?
That
Hitler was a problem.
Hitler was a problem because the Olympics had happened in 36 and right? It just kind of would have been like, it looks like it's going to be okay. I mean, that's where I had the chart up of that Saturn ingress at 0 Aries was on that April 24th of 37. And what's interesting is there's Uranus Taurus, right? So if I do the one that's in 38 on October, now you have Saturn again at 0 Aries, right? And it's going back into Pisces like we're seeing, right? We're going to see this year. Then by November 37, it's direct. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. So then here's January 14th, 38th. Here's of 38. Here's Saturn 0 Aries. Here's Uranus Taurus. And that's Pluto that went into Leo, retrograde back into Cancer, right? We're done with that transit. But so the weird part is America doesn't get in the war until Uranus Gemini, right? But that Uranus Gemini is just a couple of years away. If you think about, though, World War II being in 1939, if you use the Poland invasion, you know, it's in this, if I just go now, it's September 1st of 1939. People should know that date. Right? That's Saturn just coming into Taurus. That's just kind of weird. But the things that had set it up had happened already. Like, if that makes sense.
So
the one that is the most relatable to us, which is kind of weird to watch or just like look at, is going way back, which that date we had was March 17th of 241 BC. So there's Saturn there in Aries at the bottom. There's Uranus at 9 degrees Taurus. That's the same Uranus as 1937. Same Saturn. And it's a Jupiter-Neptune conjunction, but there's Jupiter in Gemini. So we're in Jupiter Gemini, Uranus Taurus. The following year, if I do it, right, going into 212 BC is the next one, which is the battle and the peak of the what wars? The
Punic Wars.
Punic Wars. And that has Neptune in Leo, so it's in a fire sign. So we have Neptune and Saturn conjuncting now. And then it's Uranus in Virgo and an earth sign on its way into going into Libra, which is an air sign. So there is a very deep connection there. The one that's the most connected is the 937. Is that what it is? 937 AD? I think, right?
Yes, 937.
Yeah, 937. And then where's Saturn? Here, Saturn's in the Aries. We need to go to the 0 point. So March 15th. Here it is. Saturn at 0 Aries, Uranus at 27 Taurus. That's the only one that is exactly the same as we're going through in days. And that one is actually, I think the history is so crazy because I actually almost didn't believe it when I saw it. I was asking you, especially you're a British historian, like it's really intense because this is the one that is the Battle of Brunanburh. And this is the battle that historians point to the origin for the English national history. So talk about identification.
So this is like the development of Englishness as a national identity.
Yes. And it deals with really the beginning of Norman Knights and the British kingdoms trying to hold their power and not have French Norman Knights come over and Vikings and stuff come and take them over, right? So it's the identification of this idea of British. I think this image is really interesting because it's from 937 and part of the Viking invasions of England, and it looks like the fleur-de-lis at the top, which it is.
Right. Okay, I see. Yeah.
But invasions are a big part of Saturn and Aries. So like the whole planning to go into Poland was all Saturn and Aries to go in, right? The invasion by Hitler, the Romans and the Carthage battles are all these invasions by boat, but also by land. Once they get there, they destroy the whole town. And then in here, this is about the invasions of the Normans and the Vikings coming in to take over the British king. And
it's interesting from 930.
You're the historian on this one.
Well,
though,
no,
so.
I mean, this is not an era that I know well, so I'll have to say that. But what is interesting is that I was just looking at the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle to see the poem, and we can look at that in a minute. But I just thought, why not look and see what technology was being developed at that time? So we're talking 937. Heavy cavalry is dominant in Christian Europe. Castles are common. Sieges are more frequent. Al-Andalus uses light cavalry and organized defense. So we see this really interesting difference between what's happening in Europe and what's happening in the Middle East. Because then look, naval tech is stagnant in Europe. Byzantine Arab fleets used oared galleys. Navies mostly used for transport and limited warfare. So you see that naval part that you were talking about before is developing elsewhere. And Europe really is in that kind of heavier knights and castles, siege warfare kind of
right
thing going on, except for it's interesting. They're fighting against the Vikings, who are the more sea-oriented power that have come in and invaded England and Ireland, and that's where these battles are being fought, right?
Right. I think it's weird though that it defines this like national identity of British, right? Because at the end of the day, the Norman Knights do win under what's his name, the great
William the Conqueror.
William the Conqueror, right? In the 1047 or something like that, right? 1066. And
Battle of Hastings.
we're all blended in on that connection now. British.
Yeah, so this would be
Right,
the
so
time where we see that shift. Like these moments, these dates are the kind of tipping points where one power's fading away and the new power is coming
Right.
up. And it's either like the Vikings taking over. That's the tide is turning away from that, and now the English are rising in their national identity, or what we saw before was the Hellenistic Empire in 241 had receded, and the Romans and Carthage were coming up to try to battle out for position. So it's like a transition of empires or authorities, power figures, where Hitler himself, like if we looked at 1937, Hitler's thinking he's starting this new kind of a Roman Empire or German Empire in the mold of the Holy Roman Empire, is how I think of it, right? The ideology he's using is all sort of the Holy Roman Empire. But that kind of style of power doesn't work at that time.
Right.
So, I don't know. Does that
I mean, and that's, I have a cool image of like Norman British battle energy, right? I think it's more auspicious that the fact that in World War II, the Allies storm the beaches of Normandy, that it all comes back around the opposite direction. You have British and American soldiers and Canadians and Australians, because I don't want, you guys were there too. Very low numbers, but it's okay.
And members from the rest of the British Empire.
Yeah, right. But all storm the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, which is so weird that nobody ever put that together. But that's the same beaches of the Norman Knights from France that eventually in 1066 with William the Conqueror did go and invade and take over the kingdom in England. So I think it's really wild that, you know, that the national identity, which is funny because you see that fleur-de-lis in that image I showed earlier, it's kind of like that becomes actually like the truth is the French, English, Norman hybrid connection of all those families and kings and all of them are marrying into each other after that process happens in that Saturn Aries beginnings. By the time that we get to, you know, Edward the First, it's kind of like we're done with that and we're defining ourselves as just English now. But they're all bred at that point as all three.
Well, I mean, I'm reading through this poem from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle on the Battle of Brunanburh. And it talks about, you know, in this year, King Ethelstan, Lord of Earls, ring giver of warriors, and his brother as well, Edmund Etheling, achieved everlasting glory in battle with the edges of swords near Brunanburh, which I'm probably saying incorrectly. They cleaved the massive shields, hewed the battlewood, the relics of hammers, of the heir of Eadweard, as it suited their heritage, so that they often in battle defended their lands, treasures, and homesteads against every one of the hateful. But then it says, foemen were felled, the Scottish people, the ship sailors fated were destroyed, the fields grew slickened with the blood of men, after the sun passed upward over the earth. In the morning time, the remarkable star, the bright candle of God, the eternal Lord, until that noble creation sank to its rest. It's just interesting how many different people they mention, though. So there lay many warriors seized by the spear, the northern men over their arrowed shields. Likewise the Scottish also were weary, saddened by war. The West Saxons in their ranks rode down the long, long day, the hateful people, chopping down the battle fleers from behind so sorely with sharply ground swords. The Mercians did not deny any of those warriors. So it's going through and it's talking about every of these groups kind of coming together to win the battle. And that's another aspect that I think we keep seeing. And we probably would even see that if I knew a lot more about the Munich Wars or remembered my old classes that I took long ago that talked about it. It seems like we see people from many different backgrounds coming together during this astrological time to be able to defeat another enemy.
Right.
So I'm wondering, is that something that seems like Saturn in Aries or Uranus in Taurus to you? Or even Jupiter and Gemini, which we haven't really talked about too much.
I think it's kind of like a hybrid of them, but I think it's more very Aryan, like this idea of like the fighting, and that's why Saturn's fall in Aries, right? Is one thing that Saturn can't control is people's anger. So a boss can't control you being upset. You can make rules and all that, but when somebody's mad and wants to leave or quit, they're going to leave. You can't ever control a person, so that's where a narcissist thinking they can control somebody is actually retarded because it's going to make them leave. And then they get upset, and then, and they try to control through anger, and that never works. So you can look at it from all angles, but you also can't control a warrior that wants to go on a specific time when they feel like their wife just got killed by the other side on purpose. I'm not going to wait for you guys to go. I'm going on my own right now. Mm-hmm. Right? That's where Saturn's at fall in Aries. It's the only time where the world...
Fall?
It's at fall because...
Isn't that what Aries is supposed to do?
Well, yeah. So like teaching Saturn class was always fun for me because it was like, why does Saturn love Libra? Because it's diplomacy. There's Saturn likes to have things contained, but it also likes to have an understanding with as much ties to loose ends gone, right? Like that everything's proper, and there's also that energy of like wanting to conduct oneself in a gentleman-like manner or a gentle lady manner, to have things tailored a nice way. And on the battlefield, there's no such thing as keeping your uniform perfect when you're fighting. So it's weird. In the military, we have all these rules, right? Like you can't have facial hair except for mustache. Women have to keep their hair a certain length. Men have to keep their hair a certain length. But when you're in war, they're not paying attention to that. Now, when you do have moments off, then you do need to go shave and all that stuff. But you're not going to get in trouble if you have blood on your hands. And you're like, I killed 18 soldiers, sir.
Go wash
It's
that
been
blood
4
off.
days. We haven't slept. Well, fuck. It's not like you're going to get reprimanded for, having facial hair at that point, and that your uniform's covered in blood and you lost you popped all the buttons off. I mean, you're not going to get in trouble. So that's where Saturn and Aries has to like realize Saturn can't control anger. It can't control everybody's identity, right? That at some point people snap and go, I'm not going to do what you want me to do. It's also it's the youthful infant, and the idea of you don't even control the emotions of an infant as a parent. You can do your best to comfort and all that stuff, but they're trying to communicate, I want milk. So even when you do everything to make them happy, they're going to cry. That's the only way to get. So you can look at it in every way. There are those things that just people are going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to do it however they got to do it since infancy. That's the first thing you learn as a parent is I have no control.
Well, you have to figure out ways to
Right, but
get
you
them
also
to convince
you-
them to do what you want them to
But
do.
the more controlling you are, the more that your kid
Yep.
leaves, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's at fall in Aries.
So I just thought of something while you were saying all of that, that why haven't we talked about this? Is the Vietnam War is where you see all these things come together, and wasn't Saturn and Aries
Yeah.
at the end of it, right? Or in the peak of it?
Depends
I
on
don't know.
how you, if you want to look at the Battle of Tonkin as the beginning of it, or
You know what year that is? I don't know offhand.
it's in the 60s. It's like 66, I think. Battle. The Vietnam War came in layers, kind of like the war in Iraq did. We went in Afghanistan first, but we didn't, plus there was the whole like setup about the Battle of Tonkin, right?
Yeah.
Because it's technically from 1955 through 1975. So Saturn Scorpio, but by the time that it does be seeing, drafts and us really storming and taking over the southern parts of Vietnam, you could use the date. So the Battle of Tonkin was 64. That's Saturn in Pisces, in opposition to Pluto, Uranus.
So what I was thinking is, I don't know, you might have had all these great fantastical ideas of what you could achieve.
So yeah, in
this war.
65, we had sent 184,000 soldiers, and then by the end of 68, 536,000 soldiers. So it's through the 65 through 68. It's more peaked in 67. That's what's kind of hard to determine. Like, where do you want to call that one? You could do it as, like for me, I would probably go, like 1964 is the Battle of Tonkin. And that's, of course, the Saturn that's there in Pisces in opposition to Pluto Uranus. I could show this to people. Right. So in 64, I always tell people who are born at this time, like they have like their own nuclear bomb waiting to go off of when am I ever going to be felt my power seen? Because they all have Chiron and Aries too. So that's the interesting. I think people born in 64 and 65 are the most unique people that are never seen for the way they have always wanted to be seen.
And why is that? Because of the
Pluto-Uranus conjunction, and then at the same time it was in opposition to Saturn, and then Chiron was in Aries.
Chiron's in Aries then, or not
Yeah.
Pisces? So it did retrograde a lot.
Which we're in that right now. Saturn, Pisces, Chiron, Aries.
And
right?
then Saturn is where?
So by the time that you
I can't
go,
see, it's
by the
behind the
time that we
camera.
get to like when we have a bunch of troops, 100,000 of them at Saturn Pisces, by the time that it becomes, let's say, the echoes of what we hear about Vietnam and the war, and it really becoming more of a major media frenzy, is Saturn ingressing in Aries, right? So 66, 67, and that's when the drafts really begin.
Yeah, the Tet Offensive is... I was just thinking of... I think of the images of Apocalypse Now when I think of
right, exactly.
when the Vietnam War is
that's
like
why
crazy.
I've always said that's a very hard war to define.
So if we looked at... I'm trying to think of what particular day. I wonder.
Plus, you have the Korean War that was before that, so people were almost thinking, "Is this like the Korean War?"
But then it just goes. Right. When you were talking about Saturn and Aries, I was thinking, you've got the issues of the soldiers not necessarily doing what they're supposed to do.
Right.
You've got people who don't want to go to the war.
Now that is a war where the opium problem becomes bigger than World War One.
Is it the opium problem, or
yeah?
is it...
In Vietnam, it was a massive opium problem, heroin problem. Yeah, big time.
So it's definitely the...
And then America, you're dealing with the first time of draft dodgers.
Yeah. So in the heat of the war, because then the new part of that is the media too.
That's why Nixon won the election in '68, and one of the biggest landslide elections of all time. Because it was like, we need to get a grip on this, and we don't want the vice president to our president JFK. That was amazing, as to be, like he drops out, but like, Nixon finally gets his moment 8 years after losing to JFK. And then Nixon doubles down on the war. And so actually, that's why they always say Republicans. Well, it was the Democrats that got us in that war. Mm-hmm. So.
Well, and it was that the soldiers on the other side weren't behaving in the way that people thought they should, and totally new styles of.
I mean, that's why JFK
warfare.
was killed. To be honest with you, one of the many reasons is he didn't want to do this war.
So really, you don't really want a war to happen under Saturn and Aries because there's some variables,
it depends.
important variables that you can't necessarily control.
Correct.
But for World War II, what was good is that Saturn was in Aries in the lead up, and then it went into Taurus, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did that make it more winnable then at that point, or?
I mean, I think for us it was hard because we are coming into a similar alignment, which I would say is very much the Ukraine situation, is why why Trump's trying to get out, is maybe he's got a good astrologer. Saturn coming into Aries with Chiron in Aries is Vietnam War and it not going good. So like the idea, it was just said too. So JD Vance just met with the new Pope, right? And they're talking about having Zelensky and Putin do the negotiation for the peace agreement and the ceasefire and end the war at the Vatican. And the cardinals told JD Vance that this is the first time we actually are dealing with a situation where the Americans don't want to go to war, but the European leaders want to go to war. It's kind of a weird world right now.
Yeah.
So
Well,
now
that
you
should
have
be
like
actually-
Europe wanting to be, if you take a Vietnam situation, being the ones that we need to go make sure that the communism doesn't exist in Vietnam with the Viet Cong there.
Well, I mean, it was
It was all
European, a
it was
French caused issue in the first
yeah,
place.
but like, why were we the ones that wanted to go? We became on this ever since the Cold War started, right? This we're ending communism. Mm-hmm. So the Korean War didn't go too well. It still stayed split. Same in Vietnam, we didn't liberate it. They kind of ended up figuring it out themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, Vietnam just seems like the ultimate Saturn and Aries, and I guess Chiron and Aries kind of a war.
Yeah.
Where, and I was wondering because I was thinking of guerrilla warfare and how it doesn't behave the normal rules of warfare. So it would be very Saturn and Aries, I would think. And I was wondering,
with the oppositions to Uranus, right? Because then Uranus is in Virgo for those years, and then it comes into Libra, and then
oh, okay,
right. So it's a weird balance point. We're not going to have anything in Libra balancing out the heaviness of all this Aries and Uranus coming into Gemini, Pluto in Aquarius. That's every big war we've been in. So I don't think we'll start the war, though. We don't start the big wars. So like the ones that we start that are stupid are Saturn Aries ones. Or Saturn Pisces. Like if you think about it, America could get in a war because of this whole Ukraine thing if they don't figure it out, because of what happened in Saturn Pisces with, well, we now know Biden wasn't running the show officially.
And all the Adderall was over there.
Right, and all the Adderall was over there. And then on top of it, like, who was running the White House? It's the first deep state White House where, you know, even the liberals now admit that, yeah, Joe Biden wasn't running it. And now, did he have cancer while he was in office? It looks for sure he did. I mean, it's kind of wild, right? So, you know, that's what gets scary with Chiron and Aries, like Saturn and Aries. That's very Vietnam. Then coming into Taurus like next year. Right? So, I mean, it kind of sucks because I'm looking at the positives of everything we're about to go through, but the only thing that is my fear point is not about economy or money or the only thing that comes up the most is the war thing. And then every way I slice and dice it, there's a war. Saturn
was not in Aries during the French Revolution, right?
Well, we were born with Saturn in Libra in 1776, so 15 years later in 1790, when the time the Constitution's coming out, is Saturn in Aries, you know, and when Washington's president. So the French Revolution starts somewhere in between, like Saturn Scorpio, right? Like Saturn and so like more like Saturn Capricorn and the Aquarius.
But it keeps going, you know. There's different.
So there is a
phases of
Saturn
that
Aries.
too.
I think the Saturn Aries point is like the streets are empty, people aren't living their lives normal, and it's destruction, and it's freedom without much structure.
The reason I brought up the French Revolution was just that would be the time when there was a war in France that the Americans didn't want to participate in also. That we had
That's
said
true.
we would, but
we didn't.
Yeah.
Which tracks more with, like, we have to remember that 68, if I show you this chart, like that time period, Saturn in Aries, Chiron, right? Right. So like, well, I mean, we were just looking at 64. I don't know why it was. Maybe I was. Oh yeah, no. There's Chiron. Oh, you know what? I was reading Chiron in Pisces wrong. It was Chiron Pisces. That's right. It was Saturn, Chiron, Pisces. But it's that Chiron coming into Aries that actually, with Saturn being there, is the one that causes the Vietnam War to be bad. So actually, I had that one wrong in my head. Like, actually, Chiron retrogrades Pisces, 29 degrees. That's horrible. We went through that in 2019. Was the end of that? End of 2018 during the Venus retrograde into 2019. So Saturn, North Node, 68, Chiron, all three. What do you think we've been just through in, like, during the Biden and this whole Ukraine situation? Ukraine is Vietnam. We just are doing it with money now. But the reporting on both sides, the Russians and the Ukrainians, like, they've lost. I can't even believe that we're living in a world where there's been 1 million people that have died in a war, and it's just acted like whatever.
That's the craziest thing. Because the other thing about Vietnam, which would be opposite of that, is how much media was a part of it. And there were people who kind of made their career be about exposing what was happening. And the photographers and newsreel people who were just in the front lines.
Well, like, that's where, really, like, it's weird that Ukraine has cut off reporting in Ukraine during the war, and the Russians do the same thing. So you don't really get the real story. The only journalisms that are allowed there, they have to be involved with those. And only in Ukraine, and they're kind of set up, and they're only set up when they're looking like they're winning in something. But then the real footage you get are from soldiers who take video of their buddy who just died, and how many of them are dead, and walking through and being like, I don't, like, it's pretty fucked up. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that we're in a time where the best coverage you could get and all that, and they just act like no.
But and we could see it on social media.
Right.
And interestingly enough, and then AI becomes a really big thing now. So I'm sure that it will always be able to be said, well, that's just AI. That's not real footage. Right? That's how good it's getting. So is that what's going to be next?
What could come out of this, which I think is going to be the biggest positive, is the fact that the Pluto-Uranus conjunction that happened in 64 through 66, right? That the Vietnam War ignites the people to rebel against it, right?
Ignites the people to rebel against the war.
The war and the idea of the war and the government, but it also is where the people who are drafted, who don't have a choice, come home and people are saying you're a baby killer.
Yeah.
Kind of like you're not strong enough to have resisted and gone to be a draft dodger or whatever, right? Like, it's kind of this idea like you chose to go, where it's kind of like, hold on a sec, I was drafted, part of, like, the country. So it's kind of a weird.
It is a weird
moment
flip,
there.
yeah.
But what happens with us is now that's coming into, we've seen the square point in 2012 through 2015 of Pluto when it came into Capricorn, and then of course Uranus and Aries, right? But the trine is coming up in these years ahead, right? So it's like, if we come to today and then we just go a couple months, right? Just go to next year, right? Like it's like Pluto, trine, Uranus, right? Or Pluto, trine, Uranus. So like there's Pluto, trine, Uranus, and then we have a Jupiter coming into Leo. And that's going to all be aspected to Neptune in a trine. Like there's going to be some really, so Jupiter, Leo, trine, Neptune, like let me go right here. Okay, yeah, there we go. Right here. It's going to be kind of interesting because it's going to be like, my birthday's going to be crazy this fucking next year. On my birthday next year, when the sun comes into Leo, Jupiter sextile, besides the sextile, but that's a very lower harmonic. So you're at a higher harmonic. So is it going to be about rebellion? Maybe. That Pluto opposite Jupiter in Leo is going to bring up the Mars opposition we saw. And we really haven't seen people really revolt. It's been more of like people kind of like following their camps and then realizing they don't like their camps. Like Republicans are kind of like, I don't like the way we're kind of going. And Democrats are like, what the fuck did I do? You know what I mean? So both sides are saying, what the fuck did I do? So it almost becomes by this point next year and into 2027 that people start to grow some sort of cojones, and it's not going to be Virgo-esque, meaning, oh, I'm meditating and I'm at the school and I'm taking LSD and shrooms and I'm totally not for it. It definitely feels a lot more loud. And I would say the audiences and the protesting and the voice of the people is going to be the loudest we've ever seen. But that means some tragic events are going to happen that are pretty crazy.
I mean, so we're throwing in the Pluto of the French Revolution, the Reign of Terror, whatever, like some of the, I just had the ephemeris up before the end of the Vietnam War because I was wondering what it was.
To be honest with you, the 70s, like I feel bad for Generation X.
What?
I mean, like, they're the generation that kind of has missed out, if you think about it. Like, all the politicians now were baby boomers, and now the new ones are all the millennials coming in.
But
it's
maybe
kind of
that
weird.
was by design. Maybe they're too smart for that.
It is, because in 1776, you notice, to try and find Pluto Libras doing, or Pluto Virgos doing anything, you're like, I can't find them. But you see the strong Pluto Leos. I know, but then you see, though, it's the Pluto Libras, right, that take command.
Yeah.
Right? And then you see the Pluto Scorpios kind of like chomping at the bit, but not allowed until the 1800s. No.
Yeah, but then by then Pluto Sag is taken over, so they don't get to do much.
Right,
either.
but they're kind of like on loans and don't really know what they're going towards.
But I was just wondering what.
They don't leave their mark. Their marks aren't left
hard. The
hard.
thing with the end of the Vietnam War is that it left a big cultural mark, but it was not like World War II's ending, right? It was a shameful sort of event for the United States, kind of like the Afghanistan retreat, but...
Well, think about it. This is where Pluto comes into play. Pluto and Cancer fought Vietnam. They were born during World War II.
Right.
What does Pluto rip away? Whatever the sign is in your life.
So they're home and
they're home and all that, and they're having, and it's not, and they don't recognize their home and the transformation of the country's home and and Europe too, right? Because if you think about what happened with the Cold War and what's happening with the USSR at that time and the Berlin Wall and East and West Germany and the radicalization of all that and nuclear war, it's not comfortable. And now the Americans are in Vietnam fighting the stupid war. So like where your Pluto is defines what it's not going to be what it's not the seductive, like I'm going to get that person I want to seduce. It's the opposite. They reject you and then you get the thing you don't want. That's how you learn. So that's why Pluto Libra is the best, like one, it's like, okay, I learned through bad relationships how to be diplomatic. That's a nice one. Pluto's really weak there in Libra. But Pluto also kind of likes Libra because it needs Libra in order to have the connection. But Pluto Scorpio, just like they don't get what they want, they get stomped down because especially Pluto and Aquarius squares them during this period for the next 20 years. So just like the Revolutionary War, all the John Adams and all the Thomas Jeffersons and all that, all the Pluto Scorpios, they're all not able to get it for 20 years up until 1800.
So here's what I think about for the Vietnam War and today. So if we say, looking at the astrology, Ukraine would be our Vietnam.
Oh, and by the way, that's Saturn squaring all the Pluto Cancers. The Vietnam War.
Okay.
Think about that.
Well, and then at the end of the war, Saturn is in Cancer.
Correct.
So
on their Plutos. On their Plutos. And then they come home to a world that doesn't want to accept them.
Yeah, that's horrible.
And then they become either beatniks, right? Like, you know, they were either beatniks or they were hippies before. And then if you weren't a hippie, you were a beatnik and you're a piece of shit.
Right. Well, I mean, okay,
it's
so
very,
that's the thing. This generation, though, and I guess Pluto Leo was
there was some Pluto Leo, the early ones, yeah.
And then they started to maybe be hippies.
Well, they don't get the life that their parents created where it's like we're having babies and look at the 50s and, oh my God, my dad got to go to a cool job, have a pencil pocket in his, you know, in his pen protector and my hot wife that wore the dress and did everything at the home with the pool in the backyard and all the neighborhood was all Leo, right? Everybody's having a party. Everybody's playing bunco. Everybody's just like in this, like all the cars are beautiful and they're showcasey and they're showy and nobody's worrying about much in life, right? Pluto Leo is a great time. But, okay. And if you're not having a good time, then you're really the loser. You know what I'm talking about? So like now, like the Pluto Leos, they come in and it's like, what the fuck? I don't get that. Look at right now with Pluto Aquarius. They're like, it is not like that. It's the opposite. My neighbor won't talk to me. I can't ask for salt. I can't. Pluto Leos are all right now trying to still build like, don't you want to come over and have a fun party and hang out in the backyard and do all that? Nope.
Yeah. It's kind of sad.
Pluto generationally is like the easiest predictor of where your life's going.
Okay, now let me ask you this question about Pluto Leo, because I always think of Pluto Leo as being the ones that protested the Vietnam War. For some reason, that's just how I think of it.
Because there was drugs and it was fun.
Okay, so that's the only reason they did it? Because what I don't understand is people I know who fought in the Vietnam War or are married to people who fought in the Vietnam War, right? Like I am friends with some people on Facebook who are connected
my uncle's
Vietnam,
a Purple Heart,
right?
Purple Heart
and
in Vietnam.
They changed their profile pictures, most of them, to Ukraine's flag. So how do we get to the point where they're protesting, or where they were protesting?
Do they have a Purple Heart?
I don't know, but I guess the ones that I know.
The ones that have a Purple Heart are not for it.
But what is the deal with? But then, if you look at the broader generation, who were so opposed to the Vietnam War, how did they get them to support the war in Ukraine? That's my question.
Okay, so why did Pluto Leos fall for pushing the COVID narrative too?
Why?
Because it's the only, wherever the party's at.
Oh.
So even if the party's a party you don't want to be at, right? Like there might be something here I could find that Pluto. Oh yeah, I'm for the vax. I'll get it. Whatever. You're kind of hot. You're like 78. Like, it still works. It's Pluto Leo, you know? And that's why you see all the old rock stars, the Pluto Leos, right? The 70s rock band guys. They're all out there and they all followed the COVID narrative. And then part of the COVID narrative is the colors that they used for the vaccine was the same colors as Ukraine. So they subliminally did that. So they fall for it so easy. And then it's like, it's the same colors as the COVID life, Ukraine. Well, and then it became, the Ukraine war became putting the flag out, unless your family's from Ukraine, I don't count them. You know? Because I know Ukrainians and I get it. But when it comes to like, you're not from Ukraine and you're here in America and you're fucking a Pluto Leo, guaranteed you're for it, because that became a signal that you were for COVID and that you were a liberal. So Pluto Leos are going to go wherever the party's at, wherever the celebs are. The celebs are all for Ukraine and the celebs were all for COVID. Pluto Leo is like the little dog that will do whatever you want as long as you feel important and like kind of cool. So inside, they're not for it, but outside, they act like they're for it. They're the biggest liars if people took my Pluto masterclass. The biggest liar is the Pluto Leo. I'm totally for it. But inside, I'm just trying to get whatever it is that will make me feel happy that's very personal, which is attention.
And are most of our leaders right now Pluto? They're not Pluto Leo. They're Pluto Leo or...
Oh, no, I mean, Trump's
Libra,
Pluto Leo.
Yeah.
Right? RFK's Pluto Leo. You go down the list, there's a lot of Pluto Leos holding on as much as they can. But the new generation is Pluto Libra.
Yeah. I think Obama was Pluto
Virgo. So that's why he didn't fit in this whole period. The Pluto and so with Kamala, and that's why I said there's no way they'll make it just with their Pluto Virgos.
And is Gavin Newsom also?
He's Pluto Virgo too. He's not going to make it either.
But I mean, the people who are making it would be like Elon Musk, who's behind the scenes, or not really behind the scenes. He's not elected. He's not going to ever,
and he's not going to be that big a deal. He's already fading.
But he's had a big impact.
Yeah, I mean, there were some Pluto Virgos that had impacts, but they didn't become the main story.
But look at the thing that bothered the Pluto Leos the most about Doge. In my opinion, I mean, this isn't truth, but it was, you're giving the 25-year-olds or 20-year-olds.
Right, the Pluto Sages that are under the command of a Pluto Libra. The senior people on the teams of Doge are the guys that are in their 40s that have Pluto Libra. And they have a bunch of Pluto Sages.
Yeah.
Same as Washington with his Pluto Sages.
So see, they already are on the front lines of whatever's happening.
And
they're kind of being employed by the Pluto
And that's the
Libras.
last thing that they thought they would be doing 2 years ago.
The Pluto
Sages that are on the Doge team. The last thing they thought they would be is like on Fox News in the White House in some crazy building of some department being like, yeah, so we found the treasury in these accounts, like, and I'm allowed to go by my name, Big Balls. Right? You know, but they are kind of told what to do. Right? It's like, do you have a choice with Pluto Sag?
Now, what does a Pluto Sag, what are they doing things for?
I mean, they're the biggest fighters of the war.
But I mean, what gets them so if a Pluto Leo just needs to see there's a party according to this astrology.
Oh, a Pluto
need?
Sag has to feel that there's something that's bigger than them that they're part of, and they get to actually be seen finally for all these things that they could be, and it's a great adventure, right? So imagine being a Doge person. We're going to do this, you're going to get to do that. Oh, well, that's better than sitting in the same opposite. You always use the opposite point, Gemini. I don't want to do the same thing I've always done. Same energy that everybody else is doing. This is super different. So when the wars come, well, this is different. I feel called to this. It's almost a religious thing too. It's like, I feel called to do this. I don't know why. And all my other friends are doing it. So we're doing it together. Like we're all going to go.
And they can all dye their hair the same color or different colors or.
Yeah. I mean, that's what shatters the Pluto Sag generation is that, you know, we all don't end up at the same destination. So.
I just think it's so interesting how that series Franklin really captures that about that generation. The people that hang out with Lafayette and Franklin's grandson.
Who's Pluto's Sag.
And they're all kind of about making their mark.
And they're shy, but yet he wants to go too far, so he becomes cool and drinking, and then he's having sex with the hooker and falls in love with her, and then gets her pregnant, and then watches her get an abortion, and he starts freaking out. That's so Pluto Sag. And so obviously she's Pluto Libra or Scorpio. She's actually Pluto Scorpio. Oh my God, I slept with a Pluto Sag. I'm having the abortion right now. It's the 1700s and I might die, but.
What's so bad about the Pluto Scorpio baby? Or no,
it's more of like the traumas that come. The Pluto Scorpio is going to go through massive trauma this life, and they don't know it until Pluto Aquarius squares their Pluto. Right? So that's the scariest Pluto square to have, is a Pluto Scorpio person. And a lot of them, like the early ones, have South Node, Pluto, Saturn, the 85 kids. And so they're getting it this year. And so,
what sorts of things would they be getting?
Sometimes it's just the ghost of the fear, because the North Node's in Taurus for an 85 kid, right? It's like, no, it's not as traumatic as you think, but you're buying the ghost and you're selling, you're thinking it is haunted. You're going to cause it yourself. That's what's interesting is, so like Pluto Libras get the trine, Pluto Virgos get the quincunx, Pluto Leos get the opposition, Pluto Sagittarius get the sextile. They're used to Aquarius sextile because all the Pluto Sagittarius have Neptune and Aquarius, right? So they get that's kind of a normal place, and Neptune is going to sextile. So like the Pluto Sag and the Pluto Libras kind of have the same Pluto Neptune air fire combo, and we're moving into that. So they get it, but the Virgo and the Scorpio Plutos don't. That means that all these planets coming in are going to be making weird aspects to their Plutos. So you got Neptune, quincunx, Pluto, Virgos. You got Pluto, quincunx, and then you've got Uranus square Pluto for the Virgos. And then Scorpio gets the square from Pluto, its own ruling planet in Aquarius, while Uranus now is quincunx their Plutos. And then they're going to be in an even weirder place to me, which is Neptune and square to the Pluto, and a quincunx to the Pluto, from Aries to Pluto Scorpio. Like Mars ruled, it also is Mars ruled in Scorpio. So yeah, it becomes like, that's why in history you don't, and that's why it was a Pluto Libra that was the front that ends up the big person of the last Pluto Aquarius with Neptune Aries, Henry VIII. And World War, or the Revolutionary War, is George Washington. So that's why I'm predicting it's J.D. Vance.
Or another Pluto Libra.
Yeah, but there hasn't been one that's popped up strong enough yet. Because the reason why Vivek didn't make it is he's Pluto at 0 degrees Scorpio. So he's a Pluto Scorpio. So he's 20 years away from getting anything. Like, think what it must have been like to be Thomas Jefferson, and like, you're in the clique, you're posting about the First Amendment and the freedom of religion during the war, and then the war ends. And now all the big wigs that are running the Confederation are the Pluto Libra and some of the Pluto Scorpios, but like the Scorpios are the only ones that kind of like they're kind of being told like, keep over there. I'm working with Benjamin Franklin, who's a Pluto Leo. You're not in. And that means that Pluto Leo is always squaring a Pluto Scorpio. So there's always an older person that's going to square the Pluto Scorpio. Where the Pluto Libra can negotiate with a Pluto Leo because they know they're close enough generationally to understand their generation and understand what those Pluto Sagittarius and Scorpios mean. The Pluto Libra becomes the negotiator and knows both sides.
Well, I mean, Thomas Jefferson's writing the documents. So
right.
He is,
but he doesn't,
there behind
but he doesn't become like a Hamilton, or he doesn't become like he doesn't get to have his opinions put into the questions of the Constitutional Convention as deep as he actually put forth in the Revolutionary War.
But he's
the one, and when it finally gets to Pluto Pisces, that you can become the president and get rid of this federalist John Adams and that Scorpio piece of shit and his federalistic craziness, and move into a new party and to start the beginnings of that. So Pluto Scorpios get their goods after the trauma of realizing that the next 20 years suck. Right? Because even though the Pluto Sagittarius might have to go to war, they get opportunities and lessons from it, and then they're able to, they're respected more too. It becomes like a badge of honor, right? Like, you've been on the experience of war. Like, we respect you. So that's where I think also the other thing I looked at was like during the 13 colonies and in those votes and the people that were in those votes, I looked up like 3 colonies in a row, and they were so many Pluto Libras from any wikis I could find that I just gave it up at that point, because I'm like, oh, of course the Pluto Libras were the ones that made the votes happen. So, that's what sucks is like Saturn Aries now, you have to look at it from a Pluto standpoint, and that's because we had Saturn Pluto conjunct in Capricorn. So now you have to go that the closest to all that is the 1533, like Henry VIII, Neptune Aries, right? Pluto Aquarius. But then you add this other thing now with Saturn Aries, Neptune Aries. Now you add like 61 vibe, and we're already talking about getting rid of the writ of habeas corpus, suspending it just like Lincoln did, just like as I said.
Are we talking about that?
Oh, that's been in the news for the last 3 weeks. That's what Trump's ready to suspend. That's what Trump's trying to do right now to get all the immigrants out.
Oh, that's right. And right.
And then Kristi Noem
Act, or what we talked.
She failed in her ability to communicate properly what is the writ of habeas corpus, and said it's something that we can suspend in order to do what we want, instead of like what is the definition of it, which goes back beyond America, right? So, yeah, I think that this is a weird hybrid moment, but I think the big thread to kind of finish the show has been the technological factor and the war stuff is very extreme, honest. I would say, like, it doesn't matter what area I pick when Uranus is in Taurus, because Uranus in Taurus to me is kind of that weird little janky thing that turns into that robotic weird thing that you almost are like, what is that? And then when it gets into Gemini, it all makes sense. And like, you're seeing robots right now, and they look kind of like, it's never going to be anything when Uranus came in 2018. But now, in China, they already got warehouses now with robots moving boxes and doing things. And then you're seeing the Atlas robot here in the Boston Dynamics, right? Like fully unplugged, like able to fucking go around a construction site and pick up huge beams on its own, move around. So like,
when did Uranus go into Gemini? Was it the late 40s or?
Yeah, it was in the 40s and to 41.
Which date? Do you know?
Oh yeah, I mean,
I have an ephemeris up, but I would have to go back.
Oh yeah, you're the one with the ephemeris.
Let me see.
I'm sitting here going,
Is it like?
You're talking about the prior one? It came in 3 times, so it actually came in August 7th, 1941.
So we saw a big thing that happened. That was the technology exploded big time, like the atom bomb, for example. That would have been under Uranus and Gemini.
Well, yes, but the beginnings of the atom bomb this is where the V2 rocket program gets discussed, and then the Mars retrograde of 42 and back into 42 that started in 41, but continued in Gemini that we went through just recently 2 years ago. That was when von Braun's building the program and makes it. And then there's secret special ops Americans that go in and disrupt that program. Right. And find what is in there out. And that's the reason why Operation Paperclip becomes clear is because of the V2 rocket program.
Is that the dropping of the bomb or no?
No, 40.
Sorry, my
You're
contacts are-
thinking of 45.
Yeah,
so
August.
41
it's August
is
45.
right. So then the
August 9th.
the retrograde happens and it retrogrades back right October 4th and it comes back into Taurus, and that's the moment that right before we come into D-Day. Pearl Harbor. And so when it comes back, it's October 5th, 1941. Right? It's like oh, wait, I went day. Hold on. So then the next one is May 14th, 42. So Uranus and Taurus is Pearl Harbor. So it goes into Gemini August 7th. We're going to get July 7th. And then it retrogrades back in the fall, just how we're going to see it. And then something with Saturn coming back into Pisces, Neptune coming back into Pisces. Uh-oh. I already hear my daughter. Uh-oh. Every time something, drops or something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Right? Uh-oh. That's really the scary point of all this is the backwards moment of Saturn back into Pisces. So you can see some ingresses, if I were to just put this image up, whenever you're dealing with Uranus, Taurus, Saturn, Aries ingresses, right? Some of these, whenever you see it just one date, so for example, 1919 BC, didn't come back into Pisces. 1831, it comes back into Pisces, and then it comes back into Aries again a year later, right? 1830 BC, same thing, but here's 1242, that's only just in Aries once. So 1996, even though we're not going to have it, but 1996 Saturn went into Aries, it didn't retrograde back into Pisces, right? So like what's interesting is when you see us now, right? Boom, February 13th. So the period between October, but so especially I think that the craziest shit we'll ever see in our lives is going to be the wildest, weirdest, like how in the hell did it happen, is November, December, January of 2025 into 2026. Because that's going to be Uranus back in Taurus, Saturn, Neptune back in Pisces. And it's like, I thought we were moving out of all this. Because remember that the sentiment in 1941 was that we're a neutral country, we're not going to go to war. FDR saying that. The night of Pearl Harbor, December 6, 1941, the head secretary of the defense of the Navy director, because there was no DOD yet, does a speech in Washington, D.C. of how we have no intel that there's anything coming towards us. Nothing's going to happen. We're not going to war. We're so blessed. This country's so great. And then we have the beginnings of radar for ours, and we see something coming, but they're like, it's Sunday. I don't think it's anything. And then boom. That boom moment's coming. And so whether we like it or not.
The boom moment's coming, but in this week's Deep Astrology, you talked about how
correct. I talked about you shouldn't be scared because of what you do over the next 90 days. How you set yourself up. It should feel brand new, and you should be going full speed ahead. And then wherever you end up from there is the best position to handle whatever comes.
So don't move to Hawaii. I don't know. I'm thinking what people have been doing at that
what's
time.
weird, too, is we have to remember Hawaii wasn't a state. It was still a territory. It was a military territory.
So it was probably the new thing.
Right.
I mean, I remember my dad telling me about how his cousins, like they moved to Hawaii. I think they were there at that time. So it was sort of like, ooh, it's the cool, different thing that people are doing if you're adventurous.
Yeah, and so, I mean, like if you think of like the 937 and the Vikings and the Norman Knights trying to invade, they don't really, it's not until William the Conqueror, right, really takes over fully. And that's a long time away. It's almost 100 years away, 130 years away. But again, time moves a little slower back then, and the planets aren't the way they are right now, extreme. But it is kind of like, where are the places we've been seeing weird invasions into the country? So like southwest at the border. Actually, it's come out that just this last week that a majority of the craziest terrorists were coming through the Canadian border last year, right? Because they knew that the southern border was just overloaded. So it made people go, they're not paying attention up north. So in 2020, the reoccurrence here is that when Saturn and Pluto are starting to meet in Capricorn, that's where the Canadian government was allowing the Chinese to do military drills outside of Vancouver, super close to America, right? Right when the lockdowns happened. So I would say that area, pay attention to the southern border, and then the X of the eclipses, remember, went through Texas. And that's where all the AI facilities are now. That's where so many big things are there now. So if you were in a total war, as you've used at the beginning of the show, we're next to the John Wayne Airport. In total war, we'd be like, no windows and no airport. Well, where did everybody migrate? Right? So it's going to be like, And I don't know if you saw, but the HIV numbers have never been higher. It's like the most insane numbers of HIV of all time. It's like worse than 1980s.
Why?
And it's in Florida, New York, Texas. It's right. There's a lot of weird shit going on with that right now. So there's all
that
these.
Makes more sense than that protest while RFK Jr. was talking, and the woman stood up and said, "You're killing people with AIDS," or I don't remember what she said.
Oh yeah, she said something about.
I was thinking, what?
I know.
What's she talking about? Anyway.
Or that there's tumors with teeth being grown that they're finding in people that the tumors are growing teeth. That was official story today.
I remember hearing stories about that. I mean, I don't know
but
why.
It's happening.
It's happening
a lot now. Huh. So you have the first signal that was the COVID shot in Australia, that the trials, right? They all pop positive for HIV, right? And it was like, don't worry, it's not really HIV. Is it? Because now you have all these people popping positive for HIV all over America and all these major cities. And then you have all these people now showing up with these tumors that are very rare, but have a tooth that grows out of it and like hair. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen. Mainstream story today and all the media stuff. Like, it's not like a weird, it's on Apple News. Weird. And they're making it normal. Like, yeah, by the way, because there's so much cancer, and then they use the Biden thing. Biden's got cancer. Everybody's got cancer.
Nobody's asking why.
Right. So that's where this gets a little. There's something about where everybody's migrating that is causing a problem. So I thought LA would be high on the list, and it's not. It's because everybody's leaving or have left. So like the top city was like
Austin?
No, it was in Florida. It was in Florida. It was in Florida. It was Miami was like third. New York City's like fourth. Yeah, it was one of the beaches. Like, anyway, it's pretty wild. I'm like, holy cow! And we're talking like 455% jump.
Wow.
And we're talking like 14 to 20,000 people in these cities popping for HIV. And they always put that date, 5 years, right? In all the Pfizer data, anybody who got vaxxed. So the beginning of the vaxes, we're coming to the 5-year point at the beginning of 2021 and 2026, when this weird shit that I'm saying is about to happen. The Saturn Aries will expose whatever is in Pisces too, whether it's war. Well, really the war was on coronavirus. That war and the loss of that war is going to be exposed. And that, I think, might be more scary than an invasion or a bomb, because think of it, the energy of invasions. There's been an invasion in people's bodies, whether it was from a biolab or from the shot, which was based off a biolab from a genome sequence of a picture in China. So really the biggest bombs are going off inside people and growing teeth.
Would there be anything in the astrology that shows that so when Hiroshima was, is there something that's the opposite. So it's not going to explode out like that and annihilate a population in that way.
Well, so if you
But
think
it will
about
be-
you think about Hiroshima, right? You go to just, let's go by the years and let's go to 45, right? Also, it's the VP who takes over to do the bombs, by the way, who was a new VP because there was a different VP with FDR for the first 3 terms, right? So it's Truman, the new one, and then right away he dies, and then Truman's the president. So when JD Vance is president, then you know, oh fuck. But Pluto Leo, so let's go to August, because that's like, you know, where it gets crazy is there's 2 bombs in August, right? And it's in Leo season. It's that Sun Pluto conjunction, Mars Uranus in Gemini. So that's next year with Mars coming into Gemini, conjuncting Uranus in Gemini. Wow, we're going to have, but it's Pluto Leo, so that's explosive, right? It's like the sun. In Aquarius, it's hidden in the nerves, in the circulatory systems, in the Aquarian connective tissues, and the connective elements. And so that's like your immune system. Right. So, you know, I think the bombs are already been set with the clock. The Pfizer papers all said 5 years. And why are all these companies laying off people? And then why did we report on this? And others did, but very few people believed it in 2022. All these these employment hiring agencies gave termination notices for 2024 into 2025 to people that got the vax. Like, it was official. Like, no, we're not allowed to hire anybody with a vax. Right? Do you remember that? I don't even remember that, but that was fucking huge. But a lot of people just went blind the same way they went with Biden. So maybe I should make the book about that, because Jake Tapper's making a lot of money right now, I guess, doing that. But like, astrologically, the ticking of the bomb's coming.
But
right?
when you say 5, it said
that
5
it was
years.
After 5 years, that's when the die-off begins, right?
And that was from the studies? Or
That was from the studies, and that was also from people that were looking at how long it takes until the system is overloaded of the immune system of creating the spike protein nonstop and having the SV40 now that we've seen. And then now we're seeing the first part is the cancers, which you're seeing the turbo cancers go crazy, which I think that's happened to Joe Biden. He got like 6 boosters, right? It was like, so maybe he did have prostate cancer, but it was probably diminished, and he was probably trying to take care of it, but he took all those boosters, and then, you know, super cancer out of nowhere, fucking, you know? So I don't think it's maybe as nefarious as people think. Like, he had that bad of cancer the whole time, but he probably was battling a minor version of it, and the boosters exploded it. So like, that's where you've seen people who survived the shot, which if you did survive it, you're lucky, because a lot of people didn't right away in the first 2 weeks, first 6 weeks, right? It was like 2 to 6 weeks that there was just massive die-off from the shot. Now the second phase was the cancers, right? So you're seeing everybody have cancer. The last part is where just, now you're seeing the tumors turn with teeth. And you're having somebody else's DNA in you and all that shit, from aborted baby fetuses to all that SV40. And then the real question is it just stored in the aborted baby fetus, or whose DNA is it? And I believe it's going to come out that it's Epstein's. So, you know, because that's what he was about. It wasn't about the pedophile stuff. It was about wanting to inseminate every person in the world with his DNA. That was his last big thing, and nobody wants to talk about that. That's the smokescreen 2019, his New Mexico ranch with the same V that's in the Ukraine-Russia war. Very weird shit. So, but to me, that's what's going to be the big bomb, is the 5-year mark. And you're going to be seeing people like the first person who took the shot in December 2020 on TV in front of all of the world passed out. And then they tried to cover her up and say she's alive and put a post on her fucking Facebook a year later to say she's fine. That was all bullshit. That chick died right there. Like, it's crazy.
Did she really?
She died.
Because I remember watching that.
Yeah,
with
like
you.
4 of her friends came out finally and said she died. And then they, the family or who knows, the CIA or somebody got in, especially since Biden wasn't president. There were some other people running it, and they were getting in everybody's social media accounts. It was the beginning of AI's turn on in a big way, right? It's fucking easy to do any of that shit. So you're going to see that. The big die-off isn't going to be people being incinerated in the streets like in Hiroshima or in Nagasaki, right? It's the internal poisoning from within that finally reaches that's what's dangerous about this Saturn-Neptune is it's going to expose the Saturn-Pluto corruption. The square point of that. So that's my biggest invader fear.
Well, that's pretty big. I think that's bigger than the fungus.
Way bigger than the fungus.
So you're saying don't fear
But
the
I mean,
fungus,
let's not forget that E. coli is in the shot too, right? That is a bacteria that is needed in the shot. I mean, there's a lot of things in that thing, and the scary part is that they've still never put the ingredients out to people. That all these scientists for the last 5 years have had to slowly get the papers, get it, the FISA, get the Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA, right, and get everything, and then finally test it, and then see there is SV40 in it. So the same way you're seeing the Biden expose is the COVID shot expose that's next. I mean, the big thing was this last week that the House just found the email from the CEO of Pfizer saying, stop the trials until the presidential election is decided, because the whole determining of what to do was based off who was going to be the president. That's not looking after your health. That's looking after how do we market this thing based off who's president. That's scary, and that's going to be investigated heavily. And the House GOP just put that out, and it's the official email. I mean, it's scary. I mean, that tells you right there. The writing was on the wall like the whole time. So I think that the bomb that goes off is an Aquarius, the one internally, So I think that's the most dangerous thing to America is like, was it a Wuhan lab leak, or was it a made up idea of like a lab purposely made genome and have the world buy that there's a virus when they know there's solar activity and they know that there's crazy fucking magnetic shifts happening on the planet and 5G, and then get people to put this stupid thing into a shot and inject the population with it and have them form the variants that's now been proven that the people who are injected are the ones creating the variants over all these years. And even just look at the Delta that came out after the original version, it was right after the shot. Like it literally is this whole, like that China's biggest bomb was the lie of COVID to put the genome on the Saturn-Pluto conjunction of January 12th, 2020, and everybody buying it that bought it. And that whole country went silent. They kicked every reporter out of China for 2 years. Right? And they used AI for the first time in 2021 and 2022 as the fucking people on the media. There weren't even people. So when you have a communist country, the one positive, and I'm not a communist, but the one positive is the whole group of people will do whatever the fuck the government tells them to do. So if they tell them all to lie down dead and act like they're dead, they'll lie down dead and act like they're dead. They'll make videos of them passing out and weird shit like that to be like, so scared of COVID. But what you didn't see is about their fucking shot. They didn't use Pfizer. They didn't use mRNA. They didn't do any of that shit. Same thing with Russia. It's scary because if you think about it, you have a population that's how an empire is taken down. So really, the torpedo is the shot. And you have 90% of the military shot up with it. That they're begging people to come back who got kicked out for it now. They're begging for new people to come in. And guaranteed anybody who doesn't have it, you're automatically in.
Okay.
I'm just being honest with you based off the astrology. I know that might sound
no.
crazy that it's opposite of a bomb, one big bomb in one located area that's very concentrated. Pluto, Leo, right? How Pluto, Leos are obsessed with one person's like energy, like you're the best, right? So, oh my God, this bomb's going to take out this industrial area because they're making boats and bombs here, but it's really civilians making it, and we're going to kill about 100,000 civilians in each town and radiate so much
and
that
that's
people
the thing
die of
that's
radiation.
scary, that they didn't know even what to expect.
It missed
They
the
didn't know
target.
for sure that it was going to stop even. So that means
Yes.
whatever's happening now, they don't really know.
And it's Aquarius.
limits of
It's
it.
the opposite of a big bomb. It's everybody's little microscopic. Because what is, here, this is how you know Aquarius, right? So what was the 1960 person of the year? Do you know? Do you remember this?
I don't know.
U.S. scientists.
That's right. You talked about
And that was the same Jupiter-Saturn cycle we're in right now. So it was the beaker. So the image was a beaker for scientists and shit like that. Aquarius is beakers, right? So at that time, it's all these different scientists. And look at that little molecule right there. Right? To the right on the Time magazine.
Oh, yeah.
So then they did Men of the Year, right? So, right, so you have this like really weird idea of like this like beaker world. Like there was the older version that showed the beakers. You know, okay, right? So when you now have Pluto in here, it ain't a Leo bomb, right? Like we're fucking intense, Leos. Aquarians are all, I'm in the back of my little laboratory figuring out what to do, and I'm going to minimize myself and only come out as weird and different and do things differently. Meaning, if you took that shot, you think it acting normal with Aquarian energy? No. Was it an innovative leap, square Uranus? No. It's part of the weapons of war that we're building up, right? So that's what's going to be my shadow reality has already come true in so many ways. This is my last part of it, right? Is the big bomb is this 5-year mark too, which is in everything. You can look it up everywhere. It's fucking crazy. And most people don't. Now that people are awake through the Biden thing, they should listen to this. I'm not saying anything new.
I noticed in the high vibe chat, people are sharing things that can detox. Because I can imagine that people would have a lot of fear about this sort of thing, right? Because
I mean, that's where they gotta go. Okay, the one thing in common with people who have the vax, right, is they keep drinking. So stop drinking, because you wouldn't want to think about it. So like what's his name? He was the Dylan animator or whatever. Oh gosh, or Dilbert. Scott Adams, right? This guy just came out. He has the same thing as Biden. Okay, so if I do this and he's trending right now. I remember reporting on this in 2022 when he came out, right?
Yeah, I remember that too.
You remember when he came out and he said, "You are the winner if you didn't get the shot," right? Because right here, I'll just like
having said as clearly as possible that the anti-vax people seem to be the winners. I want you to hear that clearly. The anti-vax people appear to be the winners. The anti-vaxxers clearly are the winners at this point, and I think it'll probably stay that way. And I don't want to put any shade on that whatsoever. They came out the best. They have the winning position. The unvaccinated have a current advantage because they feel better. The thing they're not worrying about is what I have to worry about, which is, I wonder if that vaccination 5 years from now, because really the anti-vaxxers, I think, were really just distrustful of big companies and big government. That's never wrong. It's never wrong to distrust government.
Then he just came out 2 days ago because he's got the same thing and saying he's looking into the black pill to end because the 5 years is coming up, and he's tried everything, even all the stuff that they're trying to say now that works, like having ivermectin and that other stuff to eat to get rid of your cancer. He's like, I've tried it all. It's not working. I'm ready for the black pill. The 5 years for me is coming up and I'm about to die.
Black pill, like cyanide, or like what?
Yeah, like the government and the U.S. has a way now for you to end life terminally, right? Like you're on your
I
own.
hope people don't buy. So he's sitting there saying it's never a good thing to buy what the government's saying. But if the government's saying you can go ahead and take your pill.
I mean, that's like kind of a weird choice of his own choice of like wanting to go instead of taking a gun to his head.
Right. But so
I'm not saying that you agree with it, but like if you also knew as much as a lot of people that have been studying this enough that the 5 year mark is where it gets crazy. And you're seeing it with the turbo cancers over the last year and a half and the next round. And then, gosh, I mean, I guess I'll pull it up.
I am seeing a lot of people with turbo cancers that are getting it cured. I mean, also. So I don't know if that'll be part of the story.
I saved it on my phone, this tumor thing that's going on.
Are we going to have to see the gross tumor pictures?
Yeah, this is the bomb.
No, I don't want to
It's
see
the bomb.
gross
I'm going
tumor
to end with
pictures.
this. We're on live, and I don't care. I was right for fucking all this time about all the Biden stuff. I was right? The shadow reality, all that. The bomb is going to be what people are not, again, in belief. Because when you get to this point, I found it. Yeah, it's called the monster tumor.
So the Dilbert guy has prostate cancer exactly as
Yep, into his
advanced as
bones.
Biden.
Yep, and so does my uncle, and had to go through so much a year and a half ago, and the doctors told him it's from the
Interesting.
shot.
So many people, like it used to be, men had prostate cancer at a certain age. A lot of them developed it and lived with it for like 10 years, or that it wasn't usually the thing that killed them.
Here we go.
And now we're seeing totally different story.
Can tumors grow their own organs?
David, I don't want
This
to
is
see
popping
that.
up in a lot of people out of nowhere
Is
now.
that real or AI generated?
I'm on BBC Science Focus
No,
magazine.
that's fake though. That's animated, right? Right there, that one.
No, this
That
is
one.
Science Photo Library.
But is that something that's common? Thank you so much.
It has
for
no
zooming
cavity
in.
yet.
There's one way you could grow a tooth. David, right there.
I mean,
Like,
but when you think of beakers and you think of playing with all these chemicals and you think of playing and not telling people and still there is no ingredients list. Unless you read the Pfizer papers, and then you read the Pfizer papers in the 5 year mark, right? And then you look at all the what the CEO last week, right? Like that, like what's so insane is that most people aren't ever going to believe like what is it? I forgot how to spell stupid Pfizer because I didn't get their shit. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, and then House GOP, and this should pop up right here in news. 6 days ago, CNN. House GOP requests records from Pfizer CEO and former executive in probe of COVID vaccine delay allegation. And they actually have, so CNN's too scared to show all their viewers what popped up. Here we go. Pfizer scientists claim COVID vax results being delayed until after 2020 election wasn't a coincidence. House GOP panel And in that, the fucking emails are in there. And then you think of how Biden and the fake Biden, I think. And then they made a fake fucking White House thing for the whole shock campaign. And the colors, there's your fucking Ukraine colors right there, right? It is fucking gnarly. Okay? And where is the paper? Fucking surprised the House GOP hasn't put out the email. Here we go. Some local station. Here, Wall Street Journal. U.S. prosecutors probe tip about timing of the Pfizer vaccine. Oh, I guess they're not going to show up. Man, why don't you just show the stupid thing?
What are we looking for?
Yeah, hold on. It'll be here on X. Like, you know, what's the name again? Albert Bourla. And remember, we had an Albert Hoffman, but he was an actual scientist. Oh, I'm typing in Albert Bourla email. Man, did I put in my profile? That's the kind of thing I put on my profile. This was like in the last 5 days. So, here it is. Page 2 of the email, right? Like, told employees in late 2020 that the 3 most senior people in the Pfizer R&D were involved in decisions to deliberately slow down clinical testing so that it would not complete prior to the results of the presidential election that year. It's part of the whole election scandal. That's going to be also the next thing. That with the shot. It's all part of it. And then even the whole Biden thing, and they're slow walking it to expose you because they're shattering your reality the whole time. They've been shattering your reality for 5 years coming up. And now they're about to drop, those are the bombs that are going to be dropped on people. So Aries is a new start, but you do carry over the Pisces stuff. That's what's hard about Saturn, is it can't just give everybody a new start if you're carrying something that changed the fundamental structure of your natural bones, body, skin, everything that the body holds in. Sad. I mean, I gave my warning, so I don't feel bad.
Yeah.
I screamed in 2020 before the shot came out, and then I screamed and screamed and screamed and screamed, and people fucking left me. But it's happening in front of people's faces. They just don't want to see it yet. That's the problem with Saturn and Aries, is in all these moments, it's almost like the shock attack. Oh my gosh, these Vikings are coming here? Oh my God. The Romans are going to fucking come, and okay, I'm a little prepared. I got my little...
Or there's elephants coming over the Alps.
Elephants coming over the Alps. Like, you know, like, oh my gosh, the Germans really are coming with the Luftwaffe, and they're coming with their new Panzer tanks over. Okay, like, what's different of that warfare than this beaker warfare? Pluto Aquarius, that's what's going to be crazy. So.
Interesting, yeah.
And
it's like the structure turning on itself too. I mean, I always think Pluto Aquarius, I think of the French Revolution as like the biggest example of what things spinning out of control.
Right.
With the Reign of Terror, and how the group turns on itself. I mean, or you could look even at the Reformation times too.
I mean, you know, like, again, there is more to the conspiracy than people are ready for, ever. Way more than people are ready to even know. The Epstein stuff's connected to this.
It'll be interesting to see how everything. At this point, though, I feel like wanting to know the truth, that the government's going to release information or that it will all come out. I don't really believe it will come from a top-down source. I think the truth is revealed in the actions in the world, and then you believe what you're seeing and respond accordingly. Because I feel like in Saturn and Aries, have we seen the government issuing the truth, or have the people who have the power ever fully been exposed?
I mean,
so if we get hooked into, I need to know the truth, that's a way to deflect us from
right?
doing anything else or creating an alternate reality, right? Why do we get sucked into wanting the people who created all this? I understand wanting someone to be held accountable, but they've proven again and again that they get out of it. But maybe that was because Saturn was in Pisces. So it was the mutable energy. Maybe it'll be different.
Aim to stop HIV transmission in jeopardy after rising cases. This is in England. It's happening in all the countries that used Pfizer and Moderna. Okay, it's everywhere, and there's recent, and it's fucking monumentally insane how many people are popping positive with HIV out of nowhere. Now, that's the what is HIV? It doesn't have to be a sexually transmitted disease. It's the functioning of the immune system dying.
I want to see the numbers on that, though, because during COVID, at the beginning, I was going to the actual data because you couldn't believe the numbers being reported. So I'd want to see, who are we talking about and the numbers. Is this happening in the old people's homes in Florida, or
right? So like here, this is so funny. HIV.gov hasn't they put updated as recent as February 21st.
Wow.
But new infections, right? Like, it's so weird. They're using numbers from 2022. They won't go past it. They say, oh, decline. They won't go past that on this site. Right? So then you have to start going into like, here was last year in 2024. Accelerating HIV prevention, because with new HIV infections rising in a growing number of countries and regions, urgent, and this is from UNAIDS.org, right? Urgent action is needed to turn the prevention crisis around. What do you mean the prevention crisis? There's a crisis of HIV? Right? So let's go to like news and Houston, Texas. New report, this is a month ago. Report reveals where HIV and STI are spreading fastest in Houston. Right? So cities and areas now are starting to put out the numbers like, what the fuck's going on? Everybody can do it themselves, because it's almost like you kind of have to go by, you know, where you're at, but it's HIV rising in Manitoba. This is a day ago. This county sees increase in HIV cases in Maine.
But these are all being reported by the mainstream news.
Correct.
I just would want to see the data. Which you could see.
I mean honestly, this was February. Arkansas sees rise in HIV syphilis cases. Health officials urge regular testing. I mean, it literally is at a point to where people have to pay attention. It's actually through TikTok, right? And some girl came out and started to say HIV. Okay, like literally, like I don't even remember what my fucking login is in this shit. I don't use it. Connect with Facebook. Will that work? Fucking. Looks like that works. Yay. Videos. Right here.
Everybody know about the massive HIV outbreak that's taking over Pennsylvania and Texas right now. And I'm talking about cases in the 100,000s. Yeah, I decided to do my own little research. And when I tell you that being celibate has to be the best thing that I unintentionally did for myself, because it's scary out there. It's scary out there. Like, I think that it's about time that all of us women get on PrEP. As of 2025, the cities with the highest HIV rates in the United States are New York City, Miami, Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, Chicago, Illinois, and Washington, D.C. Now, I took it upon myself to go and screenshot the 20 cities with the highest counts of HIV and AIDS in the United States. This is recorded from 2024. What I had shown you before was where we're at as far as the cities with the highest rates of HIV in 2025. The new updated version or the updated list will be provided probably around the same time this was published, but I'm going to post them and look behind me to see if your city is on this list. Starting at number 20, San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, California. Look at the rates. Next, we have San Juan, Carolina, Puerto Rico. I can't say the last part, but here's the rates for you. Los Angeles, Long Beach, Glendale, California. There's your rates. Now you have Columbia, South Carolina. West Palm Beach, Boca Raton, basically Florida. There you go. Jackson, Mississippi gets number 15. New York, New Jersey is number 14. Washington, Arlington, Alexandria, D.C. area has number 13. Memphis, Tennessee is at number 12. Baltimore, Columbia, Towson, Maryland at number 11. Baton Rouge, Louisiana for number 10. New Orleans, Louisiana at number 9. Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, Georgia is at number 8.
That's 41,000 cases in that city last year.
Newark, Jersey City, New York is at number 7. San Francisco, San Mateo, Redwood City, California is at number 6. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at number 5. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Pompeo Beach.
57,000 cases in Miami last year, and it's going up right now. We don't know the numbers, so we can't know the numbers still.
Beach, Florida is at number 4. Rates. New York, Jersey City, White Plains, New York is at number 3. Miami, Miami Beach, Kendall, Florida, number 2. And I'm going to bring you guys to number 1. At number 1 is Fort Lauderdale, Pompeo Beach, Sunrise, Florida. Look at these numbers.
20,000 cases in a city that's probably like 200,000 people. It's up 929%. It's up in the HIV rate 1,244%. 2024 numbers. 2025, the numbers, right? So like the bomb where I said, where did people migrate for COVID?
Well, I would want to look at the ages, especially.
I do too. I'm gonna have to go deeper into this, but based off what I've said for 5 years and where this is going, and that was what was really weird was the HIV thing felt like it was like in 94 to 95 Saturn Pisces, it was beginning like to be this like, okay, it's only with people that are in gay relationships more and da-da-da-da. And by the time Saturn and Aries comes, it's like, all right, we're kind of flowing out of it and going into it. But now we're going to see with Neptune there, no, are you delusional? It's weird that Saturn Pluto, the last one, was about HIV. COVID was really about making HIV the hardest core thing of all time. So it's kind of sad, but
Yeah, it's very sad.
That's the bomb, in my opinion. That's the bomb.
So I want to see numbers, ages, vaccination status of the people that are testing
I know.
positive.
I mean, that's what
There's so
I
many
believe
things
RFK
we
is
need to
doing
see.
right now, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what's scary, or why the PrEP pill came out in 2018 and in 2019 before.
Who sponsors PrEP? Who's behind that?
Pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, but I wonder, is that the new thing? Like, okay, now we have this that we're going to invest in.
made PrEP pill? The two main PrEP pills, Truvada and Descovy, are manufactured by Gilead Sciences. It was approved for PrEP in 2019, right as we were coming into
now
2020.
That's what I think is so weird.
That's what I'm trying. This is what I was saying back at the old studio in 2020.
Yep. Yeah, interesting. But I just thought it was weird how her TikTok was becoming an ad for PrEP the whole time. I think women need to get on PrEP too.
That's the crazy part of like what we're seeing now, is that we're in a world that they're in your stuff the same way that they're in people's bodies now. But that's what I think the bomb is. And then you have this kind of stuff popping up all over the place, and then preparing people for that. It's very Chiron Aries now, that it's going to hit Aries right now, and like people are going to start having tumors with like a tooth popping out of their fucking like bulge.
I mean,
I'm telling you, that is what Chiron Aries does, is going to be crazy.
Well, think about
People have tooth
after every
growing.
war you saw, it's another thing my dad loves to talk about would be cousins or his uncles that came home from the war and the weird blisters they had.
Right.
And just, that's part of life too.
Guess where it happens the most? In the genital area, in the testes.
Wonderful.
And for women in the
That's pretty
ovaries.
scary. So they're unborn babies.
So what's weird is that it's such a weird scorpionic created weird thing. And then you have the lowest rate of people having babies. I mean, like, I don't want to have a baby. I don't want to do that. Well, here's your baby. Remember I said alien babies? Little did I know that the alien baby would look like this.
Thank you.
So,
I have such pleasant sleep tonight.
I mean, I think that's where Saturn Aries, the difference between all of those ones that we did, none of them had Neptune.
All of the ones that we just looked at.
Every Uranus Taurus one didn't have Neptune, except going back all the way back to fucking 4,000.
4,008.
And I can't do it on
BC.
Astro Gold; it won't work. But if I were to look at that list again,
Well, we might be going back to restart. our
it's
whole
like
civilization.
maybe I think it's 3420. I think that's the year right there, because it's the carryover of 2000. So 5,500. Maybe it's that 4,097.
I thought it was 4008 BC. Is the one that you mentioned.
No, I think it's 4,000. I think it's like 38. I have it saved somewhere, but it's like, if I go to astro.com, I could find it really quick by going into that. No, I don't want to open that up right now. Please. Oh my God. Because you can't use Astro Gold that far back. You ain't gonna do it. And I'm not on my PC, so it's like if I go to the bottom and go to, did they move ephemeris? No. Now we're gonna want to go way far back. So 13,000 BCE to 3999. That's really where 50-year files. Oh, okay. Here we go. For some reason, I felt like it was in the 3450 BC, somewhere in there. It was like, we can see really quick. Saturn, Pisces. Where's Neptune? Neptune, Libra. So that's the opposition. Back to Saturn, Aries again. Okay, there's Jupiter, Saturn, and Libra. This is just keep 34, 32. Okay, yeah. 34, 17. Saturn, Aries. Okay. Neptune, Capricorn. I have it somewhere, but I'll give it one more shot. It could be that.
I thought it was 4008, but I had a list that I was writing, but I didn't write that one.
4080?
8.
4008. There was that one though that I had that was higher. It was 4097. Okay, so let's see. Saturn, Pisces, Neptune, Scorpio. So then it would be 4008. I don't think it was, because I remember looking at it. I think it's like 3800 something.
There was something about 4008 that was like now.
Because I never ran it with
deforestation or
Uranus,
whatever.
Taurus. I always ran it as just Saturn,
yeah.
Neptune at 0 at Saturn, Neptunes. But we'll look at yours, because you know what? You might have it.
There's something in 4008 that we need to see. That was they figured out how to chop down trees, and I don't remember what
This
else you
was
said.
the world trading, like, for the first time, like, that they have data of, like, Saturn, Neptune, and Taurus. So it's not that one. It's 30. 3800. It's somewhere. God, I have that thing somewhere. 3508. Maybe that's what it is. 3508. 3508. I remember I just did it at the conference again, and I always forget it because it's so crazy. I almost like don't believe it. 3508. Or 3805. 3805. Neptune, Leo, Saturn, Scorpio. What did I say? 3508? It was 6,000 years though, but I guess maybe is it 4,500? Like, no, I think it's 3,508. I'm going to give it one more shot. 35. Neptune, Pisces, Saturn, Libra. This is the year, I think, right here. Saturn, Scorpio, Neptune, Pisces. That's too far. It's not going to make it. Neptune, Aries, Saturn, Pisces. That is a Saturn-Neptune conjunction that I remember. But there's another one that... Neptune, Virgo, that's going to take 80 years. And Saturn there, no. So anyway, I mean, sucks, but I don't know why I don't have it right now, but.
And I can't remember because we've talked about too many dates.
Anybody remember?
I was looking.
4506. I don't think it's that. We just looked. 3208. Really, 3208. I don't feel like that's it, but somebody's got the exact 0 degree Saturn, Neptune, Aries. I have it. It's just like I'm not on the right computer to do it. This is why
And I hate
apples.
these.
This is why apples are toys. They're toys. Saturn, Virgo, Neptune, Taurus. Like 30.
3208 was that one.
3208. There's no way with Neptune and Taurus. Like, nope, it's got to go through Aries and then Saturn's in Leo. I mean, it's not.
And
It's not going to be.
4506 was not it. Someone said 305. I don't know.
No. 3208. No, there's no way. Neptune's too far in Aries all the way. Yeah, we're talking about 0 Aries. I have it. It's on my PC, but I'm not there right now. So it's like, oh god.
Well, it'll be the mystery.
That's what creates this being the curveball of all curveballs of Saturn. And because if I show people this way, we'll just make it easy. Saturn conjunct Neptune. The easy way to understand here is, that's radix and transiting. There we go. Here we go. February 20th, 2026. Saturn, Neptune, Aries, 0 degrees. So with Uranus Taurus at 2734. And I showed people that the most relatable Saturn ingress at 0 degrees that we're going to get again. So Uranus is at 27 both times, and that was 937 AD. And we're getting that again. But to get the Saturn Neptune at 0 degree, that goes back to the 3000s, somewhere in there. If I remember right. I have the date somewhere. I've said it to a million people, but it's so crazy that nobody remembers the date.
Didn't you say it again recently?
Well, yeah, because they don't have the
4504. I don't know. I keep thinking something that equals 11 or 13.
Oh yeah, no.
Thank you, Don.
Nope, I have it somewhere, but
oh, let me check.
Actually, hold on a second. I have a PC with or Solar Fire right here. The show I'm running the whole thing on, I'm using. $43.61.
All right, 4361.
Oh, good thing I have a PC next to me, my life all the time. You would be dead in the water as an astrologer if you were only on Apple. Dead. Wouldn't be a good astrologer. Yeah. So watch, I can now go 43. What was it? Oh, that's what happens.
It adds up to 14, but I don't remember.
43, 80, 43, 86. Is that what I said?
Remembers?
Nobody
Something like
remembers.
that.
I just said it. I have ADHD, so I'm not going to remember it if I'm just throwing it out there. That's the problem. And I'm the best at remembering those kind of
know
things,
you
but
are.
48. I can find it right now.
4803? No, 46.
No, 4861. 4361. 4361. That's what I remember.
Yes, 4361. Thank you, AM.
What we need 40.
Mike is cutting out.
Well, I was not
Was
close
yours?
enough to it.
Oh, yeah. 4361, yay.
Yeah,
Someone decided to put in 4362, which it is not.
it's okay.
There's always someone who's trying to confuse us.
Here we go. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Here it is. Right. Boom boom boom. Saturn exactly conjunct Neptune in 0 degrees of Aries. The only other time it has happened was 4361 BC, and it was on March 3rd BC.
Wow.
So that's 4361 plus 2026, which is about it's about.
Oh, is this the one that was about the Chinese calendar? Was that, or is
No,
that
4361 is so far back that it's prehistory. There's not a lot there. It's
There's
the
no
Babylonian
specific widely
Empire is
known
beginning to
historical
come in
event linked.
Mesopotamia and way back beyond their knowing shit of that. It's so far back. The
So we
beginning
would
of
have
it.
to look at like
It's civilization's
geology.
reset.
We need to see what was developing in the earth. What does this say? Nothing.
The reset.
Sumerian cuneiform writing system and Egyptian hieroglyphs were first used.
It was it's welcome to Earth kind of energy. So I think it's important, since we're doing the history, it's been, I can't even do the math in my head. 4361 plus 2000 is what? 6361 plus 25, 63, 86, 6,386 years ago.
Wow.
So, good luck. Because that's also the same cycles if we go galactic and understanding of the sun and its transit through the galaxy. And if you want to use the 13,900 year cycle, that's the exact half of that. And we had 2012, right? And that the sun reaching the galactic fucking center. Okay, like we are at the whole new world and new universe, and all that is being birthed, and the end of the civilization we know and a new civilization is beginning.
It's so interesting because I'm looking, when I searched for 4361, it came up with this tracing your ancestral line of DNA.
Oh, that's right. It's where they begin trying to trace the origins of humans and what part of continents you came from and who were like it's in Unicode stuff, and it's in weird numbers, and it was weird about they used one race to be like the one that they saw traveled around the most. That's what it was. I did a whole special on it, but it's like kind of like really gnarly because it's the tracing of humanity's origin.
Yeah, so we're looking at, like here, 3450 was the woman who's the most recent common ancestor of this line is estimated to have been born around 3450 BCE. So people are being born who will be the beginning of a whole new line of DNA, maybe.
Ones
in
that
this
have
transit.
teeth in their tumors or not?
Or maybe it's just the tumors themselves.
I
are
don't
the
know,
new
but
life
it
form.
just like if you were dumb enough to go into that whole fucking stupid parade of the last 5 years that people fucking fell for, it's like that is where humanity fell, is going to be that point. It let the beakers determine humanity. Like that's the bomb. When you have 5.5 billion people who took it, so there's 8 billion people. The HIV numbers are going through the roof the same way that you ought to know where the cancer rates are going through the roof. It's not a coincidence. So it reminds me like people are going to have to be tracing their lines because so many people are gone or something weird. Weird.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Or
Not
this is where
anything-
AGI or ASI of AI, super intelligence, becomes fully awares.
And it starts
Singularity.
its own new line.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, so pick
And the
your-
positive of
pick
that could
your-
be that maybe the AI figures out how to fix the people who took it and get rid of the
Yeah.
teeth out of your tumor.
Yeah.
And so there'll be AI dentist tumors like everywhere. But that'll be interesting, right? Like that'll be a very interesting world. You won't be going to the dentist first.
You won't need to because you've already grown your own tooth, and you just replace it.
It'll be depending on how bad the cavity was inside of your testes or your ovaries, but
It's like a little gift that grows and
that's like, you know. Well, somebody put why should a tumor need a tooth? I think that's the whole idea of like humanity so off its definition of what it is that it's gotten so combobulated and very, very bad, dark science, right? Pluto and Aquarius is dark science, Saturn and Jupiter's conjunction, right? So what did Jupiter Saturn do in the last time 20 years ago? Now 25 in Taurus, right? Created .com bubble, but also the people who made the most money are based off the web and being on the web. So if you're a mom and pop shop and you never got on the web, you didn't make a lot of money and your business died by the end of it by 2020, right? So that's Taurus. Aquarius now it's the end of something, right? And it's the end of people who took the science too far because it was in square to Uranus. And then we had Saturn, Uranus. That was why I said shattered reality. Like, it's not going to be fun.
so now if you happen to be the guy just selling something on Main Street, you're going to do better than.
If there's customers around,
Well, there will be people who need toothpaste.
I mean, I think, you know, when you think of like zombie, I'm not saying people are turned to zombies. When you think of that, though, it's like in the Walking Dead series, after 10 years have gone by in the zombie apocalypse, there's only one guy who's figured out how to turn the dead zombies into methane to create fuel, create electricity. So you kind of think of like the Matrix series and how they turned human beings into batteries. Power, because we generate more electromagnetic power. And you start thinking of like all these just like weird ways of throwing people into formaldehyde and sourcing the energy and weird shit.
But you think of all that stuff.
I do.
I don't. You have your South Node.
I mean, that's
just
where, I
curious.
mean, but
don't
you know, when you show the tracing of like where all that like goes, right? Like the human lines, that is exactly what I am doing is like, people are going to get to this point of like, where do we come from? Like, and it's like these weird, like they're named with U1A, 1C1, like it's genetic. And so that's the weird thing of it coming back being a genetic issue. And then who's got this genetic thing? It's what I actually predicted a long time ago is there's going to be the transhuman being like named, like you are no longer genetically the same, because what this is you're genetically all humans, but there's some changes in parts of your DNA proteins that are aligned with a certain group and that specifically align you to that group. That means that there's a split in humanity of you are no longer of that origin. And remember what I said in 2024, I said that the reason we're all trying to go to Mars is to put everybody who got vaxxed, who's alive through the 5 years, to go to Mars. Go over there.
Because we're growing them so they can live on Mars. I mean, that would be one way to look at it.
Yeah, because if you think about it, it's very weird.
Because you need life that can be
And Mars is going to be a
somewhere
big part of this, whether you like it or not, because it's Saturn and Aries, right? And it's Neptune and Aries. So like the big question is like, do those lines trace back from Mars? And now that's why we're wanting to go back, right? But the only people that want to go back are the people who might not even realize it because of the Unicode and all these codes in them that are like changed and not theirs and changing permanently their own genetic code, right? It's very weird.
The weirder part is that we live at a time when you could look at all of these other codes and deliberately create the new code. That it doesn't have to evolve, right?
Right.
So that's a unique aspect of it too. But you know what I want to say? I just want to say this. Every so often you've got people who come out of the woodwork and say, David stole my theory. I said that first. I mean, it happens. And when people watch this show, and we don't always go somewhere brilliant like you predict the next pope, which is what happened recently.
Right.
But nobody's thinking like this. And I'm not saying I don't think that it's like
this is old though. This is me
right?
bringing out some old
I
stuff.
know, but it's just sort of like, who thinks like this? Like if people want to claim, yeah, I said that before, you know, David's stealing my Nostradamus theory from 2002 or whatever it is. No, you just see how it evolves and how you're putting together pieces. And you've already mentioned so many of these things and people forget because we live in a TikTok world where it's whatever was on TikTok 2 minutes ago. And they're not thinking about looking at your YouTube channel and going back and watching, like you talked about the event you did where you went and did the bonfire.
Oh, right, in 2017.
Which was
the end of Saturn and a fire sign, and I made everybody watch the end of the fire.
Yeah.
That we're going through the last quadrant. And that's a good lesson with Saturn and Aries is when it comes back into fire, it's like, oh, the world like is in its darkest period through Saturn, Capricorn, the same way the sun goes through its darkest period, right? Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. There's no fire in that quadrant. So I made people watch Saturn, very mutable, Sag fire, where it's not a large fire that is powerful like a Leo, fixed fire, right? Like when you look at the back of a jet engine in that fire, that's Leo. When you look at Aries, it's kind of like the start of a match. When you look at Sag, it's a bonfire that's fizzling out. But there's a lot of fire. It's spread out, but it's smoldering out quick. So like that, like match is coming, but a match with Neptune there in the same transit as 4,361 BCE, and it's about that. It looks exactly what they're looking at when they're talking about people who got the shot. It actually matches the same thing.
Well, the crazy thing is that you could look at some of the stuff also that was created by the Nazi scientists, and they're tracing the desirable, undesirable people or whatever. They're doing similar.
Right. They were trying to figure out who was Jew and who was Aryan and who was this and who was that, right? Or like Jeffrey Epstein hoped to seed the human race with his DNA. New York Times.
Oh, you need to put it up.
Oh. People. I don't want a free account. That's just proving it was everywhere, right? This is in 2019. Geez, what happened there? What's the date on this article? Is more than 5 years old. August for, or wait, how does it not say the fucking date?
2019, August 1st, 2019.
Okay.
On the left.
Right? Like hoped to develop super race of humans with his DNA. That's when he got arrested. It wasn't about the sex stuff. Everybody is so lost in the red herring. That's why you're never going to see things about all that. That's the red herring. They don't want to tell you that his DNA is in every single person. Right? Because if you look at like SV40 COVID shot, right? Like, this is why in Florida they got rid of, they're saying, do not get the shot about the simian virus 40, SV40, the promoter enhancer DNA, right? Because the presence of the lipid nanoparticle complexes plus wrapped in it into human cells may therefore be an equally efficient vehicle for delivering contaminant DNA into human cells. Now, contaminant can be anything from, something that's going to cause you harm or foreign, right? You're contaminated with, because all of the New Mexico house was why Bill Gates was there, why all the biggest Harvard, Yale scientists that all helped develop the shot, and they got their grant money from him, was because he wanted to see the human race with his DNA and the DNA testing and all the crazy stuff. And I'm not lying, where, so everybody thinks about the sex trafficking thing. This is what I said back in 2019. And the other thing is, it's a Zorro ranch. So it has the same Z that you're seeing in Ukraine and the biolabs there and in Russia. The same Z on the house. You can see it right there, right here. See the Z on the, okay? It's all connected. And this is what the bomb's going to be, right? So the scientific community, like Trump and much of New York and Palm Beach society, would soon forget their associations with Epstein, right? So they all went there, right? Everyone speculated about these scientists. They were more interested in his views or more interested in his money. So you have all the world's best scientists going there to this ranch, and nobody wants to question those scientists right now, but we're all looking for who is on Epstein Island. What I think you're going to find about why they're not printing out Epstein Island people is because that he was also taking the DNA of the people that were caught doing the shit. And then that's going to reveal the whole DNA thing. So the people on the list are the people that also, they probably played with the DNA to make the fucking crazy shit work.
Well, they'll be traceable anyway.
If I die, I remember I didn't want to commit suicide ever. I mean, it's everywhere. Here's ironically, Epstein wanted to spread his DNA by impregnating 20 women at his ranch. That was the start of the combo. It got way deeper when you look at all the reporting that came out after it, right? Right? 3 startling takeaways from the New York Times report on Jeffrey Epstein DNA obsession, right? He wanted all of humankind to have his DNA because he thought they were dumb. Do you think he really killed himself when he wanted to freeze his head and penis?
Well, he could have still frozen it.
I mean, look at citing an unnamed adherent of transhumanism. This is why the trans thing was brought to you from a sexual point of view, the same way they're bringing you the Jeffrey Epstein. Is it all about the sex? It's, you swap it. Swap it. That's why I'm not a crazy Epstein, like, oh my God, because I know that I've always said I'm more concerned about him and the SV40 and the contaminant DNA that everybody's got, and that they're not revealing the source of that. And that, to me, is cloned in many different, in every cell line. And they use the people that did do crazy shit at Epstein Island. They stole their DNA while they passed them out, and probably Diddy got some people. And fucking, that is what was the contaminant that they needed to see how it formed and how to put it in the shots and use mRNA technology to do it. Or why Stephen Baldwin today posted, why is Leonardo DiCaprio the most guarded man in the world, more than a president? They just showed him, he was just at Cannes. He has more security than a president and all this stuff. And he is like best friends with all these people. People have to really go way down the weird rabbit hole because this is going to get really crazy. And so I think that's where it's going to be like, who, and this is like the idea of what Blade Runner is, who's human and who's not.
Well, and I just think of Brave New World,
Yeah.
the novel. I mean, today I heard on the Dark Horse podcast I watched for a little bit, and they were talking about transplanting uteruses and how that's been successfully done on some women, but then the next idea would be to transplant them into men who identify as women. But I mean, it just all turns into this where you have factory manufactured kids.
Look at that. Epstein hosted renowned scientists, including Stephen Hawking, at fancy
we talked
dinners
about
and
him for a
island
while.
conferences, right? But it was about the scientists. No, everybody's wanting to know what politician, what fucking celebrity. You need to be thinking about the scientists, the people that were on the head of the Time magazine of the year of 1960 was the U.S. scientists. Same Jupiter, Saturn, but it went to Aquarius. It was at the end of Capricorn, but we're in the same cycle of the 60-year cycle and the 20-year cycle. Then you go, this is going to make people fucking mind blow. So who was during 2020, who was 2020's Time Person of the Year? Do you know?
Was it Trump? I don't
No.
He was the person of the year once, wasn't he?
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, while they're wearing their masks. And we now know they are the biggest liars of all time. Because it was a show and that he wasn't being president. And then how do we know this? Like, okay, here, I put it up on my page. So we all know that it's now come out from staffers. He was missing. It's everywhere. Everybody knows now the truth, right? But hold on one sec. Here's how you know, because we also heard the tape of Biden, right? From the special counsel, that's his last name. Do we all remember this?
That prosecutor, gratuitous, inaccurate, and inappropriate. The way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated.
This man says it best. At least old Joe Biden had an excuse for why his brain doesn't work anymore. That the same Jupiter Saturn was the U.S. scientist. The next one was Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, who pushed the bullshit on you and forced you. And now we know Joe Biden wasn't even the president in there. And we even know he didn't even know what time he was in the recordings. Oh, no, 2017, my son died, Bo. No, sir, you were vice president and he died in 2015. Oh, okay. Well, 2015, 27, oh yeah, and Trump came in end of 2017. No, sir, he came in January of 2017. Like, it is so bad. And now cabinet members on the Jake Tapper thing came out and said he was missing for 4 months. There was no meeting. There was no Joe Biden.
Yep. I mean, I know
That's
people
where
who-
Saturn and Neptune and Aries are going to ruin people's identification of their ego, of what they thought their life was, what they thought all this structure of reality was, and it was all about DNA. Then you have what company just go out of business? 23andMe in the last month and a half, and they won't give anybody their data back?
Wow. Interesting.
So Aries is the start of the chart, the 0 point, and Saturn in there, it becomes like it needs to be able to identify you, but it's not going to be able to identify you with Neptune there at 0 degrees because it's going to be like, why are your cells off? And why do you have all these different pre-programmed, our cells are meant to be open cells, like meaning if a flu comes in or if something else comes in that it can attack it and not be defined for one thing. Right? What the mRNA did was go, let's take these cells and permanently make them only look for this thing forever. Irreversible. So it's like, what are you? The Palladians talked about don't fuck with your DNA. It's about activating your DNA naturally to go to 12 helix and to get out of a 2-strand DNA. The shot does the opposite. And then you have a fake situation up here for Time magazine the same way that you get it in 1960 with the fucking US scientists. Which at that time they're doing the MK Ultra on people with fucking LSD. Which we covered. So it's like, that's where this is going to get so crazy. When I say it'll make the craziest thing look nothing like nothing, that's what's coming. And will all be what I said since the beginning about the shadow reality. And it will be based off this because we have not addressed this yet. We won't address it. People are too... When you have over half the population who does have it, they're not going to address it. And then there's 4 scientists who just came out and said that in the Pfizer documents that one of the main side effects is psychosis, but the psychosis is in you can give them the fact to their face and you create that it, no matter what it is, the psychosis is a minor form of schizophrenia of like that's not happening. It's not real. And you're starting to see people who got it freak out because the FDA just, and this is where it all comes to this moment, right? FDA, COVID. What happened? FDA poised to restrict access to COVID vaccines. And so if you if you're healthy and you're a child all the way to 65 years old, no access allowed. The people who got it are freaking out right now because their psychosis doesn't believe it and it wants to. It's a psychosis that I need it. It's a psychosis that I have to have it. It's in the Pfizer paperwork. It's fucking crazy. So we're at that place to where it's not about an empire falling. It's about a civilization, humanity shift, and a split. Like how we talked about the split in the collective. Now we're going to see the physical form of that split. And there's going to be 2 forms of human. Then you're going to have AI, and then that's where it gets to the Trinity, and then there is no Jesus Christ. But
We're
anyway,
not going there.
No, but I know. But that's where I 100% using all this, and that was the war, right? The war on COVID and all the military. The military made the shots. And the military, right? It's all there. That's the bomb. That's the weapon that had a 5-year trigger.
Very interesting.
So that was fun.
Yeah. People should be
Saturn,
on
Aries, Vietnam, World War II.
fun times.
We can
the
go down
Punic
that
Wars, the Punic
yeah,
Wars.
just the biggest wars in fucking Rome, and to become an empire, and and kill all the people that didn't want to join and become, and make them slaves and become gladiators if they didn't.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of people that were living out on the outposts of empire. until
I
the
know, well, it's
Vikings
crazy because they had to
came,
go through Greece and kill everybody in Greece to take it over. That's what's even crazier. But if you were an astrologer and you had your cool little clock, keep him alive.
Yeah, but he got killed anyway.
I know, but I'm just saying that like the only thing that was the pass through of that whole historical story is the one guy in that whole entire town who was the astrologer.
Yeah, and Hitler probably would have saved
And
his
that's what
astrologer
Hitler did too, even though a lot of them ended up in the camps of the Jews. The ones that were good, he kept. The only people that make it through all of the millennias okay and with through power and because they understand, the ones that are good that understand what's going to happen are the astrologers, and they make it through and they get through everything and they make it through. And there's you can say there's an astrologer just as much as there is a farmer and there's, you know, a sex worker through every part of history. The oldest jobs. So if you're an astrologer, that Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, or anytime Saturn, you don't lose your identity. You just, I already know it. But most people are going to have an identity crisis. Think of already where the world's going with AI and everything. We're less than a year away from a massive identity crisis. What am I going to be? I went to school. I have this. I have a job.
Yeah, people have already been so dumbed down in their thinking that they're already using AI to replace their own critical thinking. And critical thinking was kind of attacked the last 5 years as being something privileged people had access to, right? So it was bad. I mean, it's just...
Well, people have access to the most incredible evolution since the printing press through ChatGPTs now.
Right.
And most people don't use it.
Yeah.
Same thing with the printing
Well, they
presses.
do use it, but
People
they don't
could have
use it
spent the
correctly.
time and hung out with somebody who had a printing press and actually like put together the ideas
They
and
could
put
have
it on.
changed the world.
They could have
Yeah.
changed the world and just put it out there and just had the printing press print it and do it, but they didn't. Same thing with ChatGPT and AI. They're not
But
going
a
to do
lot of
it.
people did. A lot of people did invest in printing presses. I think that's
Yes.
a good example. And then a lot of states protected the printing press and realized this is going, and the Netherlands would be one place, right, that you had areas or parts of the Holy Roman Empire, certain cities said, we're going to allow printing here. We're going to protect that because we can make money off of it.
Yeah.
And because we'll be able to control what's next or whatever, for whatever reasons. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. And most of the time, what you see out there is just trying to make you afraid of what's coming next so that you will lose your agency, so that you won't figure out, oh, maybe there are ways that I can make it through this, right? So that's...
Yeah, and I think people have to think, why would you be afraid about the money system? The reason why they're pushing the fear to push you into all these other things, because what they know is, what if a bunch of the people don't make it?
Well, it's like in the plague.
Right, like,
It was really good for the middle classes emerging.
right. It's
whole group
it's
of
the
people that were
emergence
there.
of all this different rebellion people who didn't follow the shit. And so I'll finish with my last story that's happening. The bill that's being passed in Congress. What is it? The cut of Medicare. Right? 7 hours ago, Trump and GOP tax bill would force cuts to Medicare. What did I predict right at the last year? Then I said this was going to happen when I said he was going to win. And I said, and then watch your Medicare. Bye-bye. Beginning of social benefits. Bye-bye. So think about all the people who got the shot and then they're going to need the help and they're, oh, I'm 65. I'm on my Medicare. Oh, wait, hold on.
But isn't this the same bill they keep saying or the same people who keep saying, no, we're not cutting Medicare? So what's the wording of the bill? How is it?
They're saying it's through Doge, right? That there's a lot of waste and fraud in it. But they're also saying that the debt's too high. The bond market's really bad. The Japanese yen just fucking went through the fucking roof as far as losing all of it. Our treasury bonds, our 30-year note just went up to 5%, which is the line of, that now, they're going to have to cut. And they want to deliver on tax cuts. So The only way to do that is to bye-bye Democrat stuff. Bye-bye. And food stamps.
Well, I think
so
you
it's
could-
also food stamps and then reducing the coverage of millions through all. So in California, it was just in the OC Register today, top story. And this isn't because of the feds. It's because of California. California's doing the same thing. All the liberal states are doing the same thing, right? It's about the end of all of the mental health money in Orange County is gone because of the state can't provide it anymore.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It was a top story earlier today. I don't know where they put it. It was like, but it's. Oh yeah, and look at Santa Ana Unified has laid off 262 teachers. I mean, this is local stuff. People need to like look everywhere you look is gonna be cut, out. So. It was just OC Red.
Should California's college systems be merged into one? What does that say?
Oh,
University?
to one university. So you good thing you're getting it right now.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, that's a sign, right? It actually was right here. It was today. It was the
That
voice.
picture, David.
I know. I'm done with the picture.
tumor.
I'm
No.
done with the picture. It was the voice of OC today. It was the voice of OC.
Voice of OC.
This was the story today. Orange County confronts dwindling funding for mental health because the state is cutting off. California doesn't have the money anymore. So everywhere you look, social programs. And so everybody says, well, California is great. You can get health care if you're poor. All of it's beginning to topple. Everywhere. All at once. That's Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. It's everywhere all at once. But it's like the dominoes that finally show up. So it's happening everywhere. It doesn't matter if it's Trump. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's gonna blow people's minds with there is no, or like this, like for the people that don't know, Anne is retiring from being a professor at a California university.
Yay! Although I shouldn't be yet, so I have to figure out what else I'm
Correct,
doing.
but this is interesting because this would have been a very weird place. Imagine if you weren't doing that right now. Would this make you go what?
Yeah, it would make me go what? I'm just surprised at the number of people who doesn't make them go what. People just sit there like,
They're
No, I
seeing
can't-
benefits
I
in
won't be.
combining UC, CSU, and community colleges into a single educational entity.
well, that'll be interesting. But they're going to have to make some cuts.
Correct. Yeah, they're going to make cuts, and it's not going to be it's going to lose its individualization of each university probably and what they
Yeah,
cover.
they've been
And
running towards that for a long time.
I mean, I don't know what to tell people, but it's
This is why the university is dead. I mean, in a lot of situations, and I think it needs to be redefined anyway, and we need to move back to something else.
yeah. So Saturn and Aries on Sunday.
So what can we expect right away?
Loudness, because I think every story we showed is loud, like every historical moment is loud.
Yeah, some kind of a ship with a ramming thing, or
Yeah.
Bismarck's going to blow up off the coast, or
Well, this summer, the Supreme Court's about to hear about the gun laws in America, right? Challenge Supreme Court. Right? So, like, what they're looking for in the next couple months is to get rid of all these state laws and the federal laws from like 68 and 86 that, you know, felons, no matter if they're nonviolent crime or violent crime, can't have a weapon. That if you were a nonviolent crime, that you can have a weapon. Then 2, no more states defining your carry license, checking that you're allowed to carry. And with all this Aries stuff and dealing with weapons, guns, gunpowder, bullets, everybody's gonna be able to carry a gun in America really soon here. Open carry, whatever. In your, that is my big prediction by 2026. The opposite of like prohibition, but for weapons.
Wonderful.
That the prohibition of weapons is ending.
So maybe we can bring back armor also, like bulletproof armor.
I mean, the studies show that the most unsafe places in America are the places with the highest gun laws.
Yeah, but we'll have
Right,
all
so the
these
places
people
with
who
the
don't know how
most
to
loose gun
use
laws are the
guns.
safest places.
Right.
So, when I mean by loud, I said it on my live on Instagram today. I said people are going to be like, you know, they'll be at a bar and their team wins, and they'll go outside and fire off their weapon like they used to do in the 1800s in Neptune and Aries. I don't think people are ready yet for all this stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oops, it went off. Pop! With Uranus
what I'm
and
worried
Gemini,
about.
Neptune, Aries, Saturn, Aries, Pluto, and Aquarius, it's going to be so loud, the world. I said, you better be ready to have every day 110 decibels as a normal in your head
That's
every day.
why we've been getting used to everybody with their headphones on, like your noise canceling headphones.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I think that's what's kind of scary is that when you leave such a quiet, everybody thinks it's been a loud world. It's been quiet. Everybody's like, shh. Neighbors are like, you're being too loud. Nobody goes and talks to each other anymore. I can't believe that person is being. I can't. The Leo King, he talks so intense. You think I'm a
Nothing yet,
lot? Like,
people.
wait till this new world comes. Okay, like you're gonna be like, oh man, listen, the Leo King was actually chill. You're gonna be hearing screams again, and that would have been like in the old world.
It'll be like Pirates of the Caribbean. in real life.
I don't know. I didn't live there in the old worlds and 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. But I guarantee when people were having sex, they just had sex. And people heard it and just walked by and didn't think anything of it. It became normal. We live in a world where everything that's normal to us is opposite. So we're afraid of the sound of somebody, you're walking above me in your apartment and I hear the creaks. Those people are going to hate this new world.
Invest in some good headphones, people.
Yeah, and as the pole shift's happening, we're going to hear weird sounds from the skies with Pluto and Aquarius. Everything going to get loud. The Earth's going to get loud. The skies are going to get loud. The people are going to get loud. The world's going to be loud. There's going to be guns going off. There's going to be just so much loudness. Be like, what is going on? But most other people like that get it will be like, I'm down for this. People are going to be like having fucking concerts in the middle of areas not normal and go all night. That's the new world. There's not going to be, it's 10 p.m. Go to bed. That is
Get
over.
ready.
That world is
And
world
you're
is
having a
over.
son who will arrive on
Yeah.
time to be loud.
And you know what? Because when you're born under that, like any kid that is around noise and stuff, like I can fall asleep my whole life in the middle of a party with 10,000 people and I could pass out. And when you do that to a kid when they're young and you give them music and you just act normal, guess what? They're not tripping. That's how like
everywhere.
you weren't able to go if you were in the 16th century and yell at John Dee for being up all night scrying. I don't think people are ready at all. People are not ready.
Some of us are.
Yeah. Because it's going to break all the rules. Pluto, Aquarius, sextile Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, that's breaking all the rules. All the rules will be broken. That prevent expression of true self. And to protect yourself and to... It becomes all masculine signs too, so it's a very masculine world. The feminine world of the last 23 years is moving to a masculine world again. So, doesn't mean that it's not going to be good for girls. It just means that it's going to be loud. No more tea and blanket and let's do Netflix and chill and let's keep my Instagram looking a certain way and all pretty and perfect. No. Nobody's going to trust anybody either who's not loud and honest, and purely showing that you're going to be able to see with Neptune, through people. You're not coming out with your true energy. You're hiding still behind something. And you'll be able to be okay, I'm not aligned with that. Bye-bye. You're going to hear people fart out loud again.
What do you mean again in some places?
The way the world used to be. The people used to just fart all over the place, not hide it. I can't do it right now. And then people actually expose themselves to harm by I'm going to hold it. It's going to be that gnarly. It's going to blow people's... Well, they won't blow anybody in the wrong way if they're letting everything blow the way it's supposed to be blown out. It's going to be that wild. It's going to be what the hell? It's going to be... So all the earth and water signs are really, if you have strong earth and water, it's going to be really tough to accept. No more tea and crumpets and a night to yourself asleep. And calling your manager, did you tell apartment 6 to be quiet more? Bye-bye. What's going to be scary, though, is in those situations, are you going to be confronted with somebody who has a gun? Because everybody's going to have guns again, and everybody's going to be you really want to tell me that again, Miss Kravitz? Because you're actually annoying me, and you're actually getting involved in my business. You need to pay attention to your own shit. That's very Aries. You need to pay attention to your own lane. You know what? You smell. You know what I mean? It's going to get no compassion. It goes to zero. So you think the $1 trillion of Medicare that's going away is the beginning? Yeah, it is just the very, very tip of the iceberg of no more compassion. We all as light workers have to be compassionate about certain things, but the universe is also sick of how far compassion has gone, creating homelessness, creating drug, creating people that followed experimentation that might ruin humanity's chances forward. Yeah. So anyway, loud. Mad Max loud. The fighters will survive. Because think about history. Neptune Aries, 1861. People that don't want to be part of the Civil War go west. And what happens? The Wild West. The adventures that Buffalo Bill talks about. Yeah. And it's loud. You don't walk through a town without the saloon and it being loud, and there is no time. You don't tell somebody to leave. You're being rude. Good luck. Pop in the street, It's that world coming back. Where the sheriff's going to do everything he can to find deputies that are trustworthy enough and not still on the same time be corrupt and be well, the Wells Fargo train, it is coming through here. Nobody's around.
Sounds like a fun time.
Yeah, I think nobody will mess with you if you're your true authentic self and you're not getting in anybody's stupid business, and getting into their shit. Let them be cool. That's a light worker's job, is let somebody be somebody. I've never called a manager when I lived in apartments and been you know what? They're being loud. Mm-hmm. Never. I've never complained on somebody. That world is coming to an end, thank God. And the people who are that way, that'd be you know what? Walking up to any of the wars we covered through all the Saturn Aries with Uranus and Tauruses and trying to be you know what? I'm going to go up to these Romans and I'm going to tell them, stop doing this war stop doing it right now. They're just going to take their ship and ram into the rocks. Blah! right? Or if, you know what, Vikings, this is my land. I'm British. Slice the head off. If you're that random person walking in like, I can't believe you're doing, before you even get the sentence out fully, Uranus is like, I'm cutting her. And then Saturn and Aries and Neptune is like, we're already cutting the head off. And then Pluto and Aquarius is like, I'm watching. Lovely. That world will never be allowed for the next 15, 20 years. Like, you walking in and being like, don't do this anymore.
Why am I laughing? That's horrific.
I mean, I think it's funny because like we watch the opposite of a world of Karens getting whatever they wanted.
Oh, yeah. Or just
Right? Like, you're not wearing a mask. Oh boy. I feel really sad for a lot of people that really are not prepared. They've been sitting and clutching to like their pearls of false pearls, thinking that they could just use their pearls to get wherever they want. Yeah, right. Sorry. You know, what's, yeah. We all will have an identity crisis though, because we have to find a new way individually to be in the new world. So it's basically a blank sheet of paper fully.
mm-hmm.
So that'll be fun.
Yes, it will.
Don't grow any teeth in your tumors. I'm sending prayers. No more hair follicles or organs or teeth in your tumors. And I don't know how to reverse that. So
Yeah. Me either.
yeah. Adios. Bye-bye.
Bye. Pleasant dreams.
use the right toothpaste.
Attention, please. Yo. Okay. Monster. Attention, please.